but she's okay now. And they changed the food from the prescription. Okay. So, I know she's a brat that you can. She's getting worse. She's becoming more probably than she was. Making me crazy.
We got the terrible twos.
More. She started stealing everything, and then she runs around the house and won't let you catch her with it. And then you try to take her away from her, she runs. Years ago, play like that. They steal things.
They are so tall now, they counter some.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she ate my salad last night. We got a certain way back in the counter. She can't get to the back of the counter in the kitchen.
So far, so
We
good.
had to do something else, and I had a salad in a bowl. Unfortunately, I had so much stuff. Came back and it was so good. She had,
Wife was standing at the bar height with eating spaghetti. Turned and went to do something, came right back in the plate with it. And the male is so tall, he can get up there on the bar. And the black one, she's shorter, she can reach the rest of the counters though. So you have to scoot everything back.
yeah, I had one, my filing is taller than the rest of my cabinets. So is the bar, but she can't get up there. You know, she can get counter height. No
And then they'll pull a dish towel down and the race is on. Tug of war goes.
There you go. I'm teaching her to leave it. And sometimes she does, and sometimes she doesn't.
We found that they have it better if we take the squeaky toys away, because the squeak seems to set them off.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
you get squeaking it, they go crazy. So we have to put all those toys up. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's all. We should just bring their toys around when they're home.
Yeah.
If they're not.
Well, I'm not a court reporter, but I did go through, as far as diligent. Here you go, Ron. I did go through and listen to that one hearing for that one letter and the claims that were made or whatever. And so I put together some of the kind of a timeline or whatever. But again, y'all listen to that on your own or whatever, or in here, so.
We'll talk about it. Put it on.
Very much. And it does it. Nice.
So we're done, I can't change it. I don't see any problem. I don't think I said I can go below 436. I think I said I can't go below 436. I think you're right. Yeah. They said they all said the opposite standards.
Sorry.
Here's something he runs in here and swears in
Mhm.
about it a lot this week.
No, I haven't heard that one.
Exactly. It says that's what y'all are paid for. That's it. Don't worry about it.
What's the worst? What's the worst?
They will do that. You know what? We're in.
So who is our? The board of directors of them.
I read the whole book twice. I read the whole book twice.
Did you? Good for you. Did you find?
Anything we did wrong? We waited up and we can do this.
Decisions are wrong in some way. You can't always hear on it. How many cases have been? There's all for you now. You really go, yes. Oh, wait a minute. One at 9 o'clock. Oh, one at 9 o'clock.
There was 9 cases.
You're all 36.
One at 9, the rest are at 1:30 and 3.
Oh, go grocery shopping. Haven't done that yet. Got my check, my truck full of gas. So
I gotta do that.
Where did you get?
I got my truck full of gas yesterday. But
Oh.
I was so exhausted after that. I had to go home. Yeah, that too. Let's see how much we've got left for food. My credit card's very happy because I don't usually use it. It's like, well, when you get low.
All want and you're buying this. Trip, which turned out to be a big freaking money.
The what?
Biden's trip.
Hmm.
He accomplished nothing.
Can't remember where he is or what he's doing.
I was listening to program. It was a lawyer that was on, not a lawyer, I'm not here, research. The doctor, he was a doctor for Lakewood. I think when. And he said, obviously, he's a hitter. He's old, he's not, his professional opinion was he's not going to make through his term and he should resign. And he said, you know, when Trump, that they forced him to not have a cognitive test. Well, why can't the Republicans force?
No, that was Ronnie Jackson, the doctor, Ronnie Jackson.
Did you see it? Yeah. Yeah.
I like that guy.
Yeah, it was very straightforward and it wasn't, you were just giving them the facts. That's all that they have to measure this.
Well, sure. They all cover it up now.
They knew it was gonna be, all.
Oh, but how many over the years have been covered on this?
Well,
Reagan. I really like. You know, he had Alzheimer's while he was in the last 2 years. Reagan?
Oh, Reagan, yeah, but not, but he still kept his cool and he didn't come down with gas and stuff.
No, because people thought him, especially his wife, she would change or add words in or interrupt.
Yeah.
Well, my wife keeps me straight.
Yeah. Yes.
What is this? Might listen to the. I'll just tell you what it is. And listen to the recording.
There's an error in there, yeah.
There's an error,
Yeah.
okay,
You stated what I said.
in the back. So you did something in the back.
I didn't say that. I probably said I can't go a little wood. But he knows it.
She,
And you spell my name wrong.
we can't talk about
Okay, I'm not,
it because it's considering me.
I was just asking.
I'm not criticizing.
Okay.
Just telling you that I was just in there.
Telling us not to.
It was just. Jumping in line.
Okay, well. I can read this, okay, I'm sure.
I didn't even do that.
Can I say good morning to you?
Yes.
What a weekend, guys.
Well, what did you do? We all.
Oh, no,
He cut grass. I did yard work.
we took a World War II veteran to breakfast, yes,
Wow. That's good.
95 years old. And he insisted on paying.
Oh, I love it.
And we were like, no, Mr. Paul, yes, okay. Let's go. We went
It's
to
hard
the,
to find something.
well, we went early, we didn't go to church. And we went to the El Taquito, no, what is it? Tequila,
Oh, yes.
is that how you say El
Oh,
Tequila?
yeah, the one in front of
Right in front
Walmart.
of Walmart.
Right in front of Walmart,
The one
yeah.
in front of Walmart. Oh, in front of Walmart.
Yeah.
Is there breakfast?
Yeah, it's pretty
Yeah,
good.
it's pretty good.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
if
you
go-
know.
If you go later in the day, they have the best margaritas.
Yeah, they really do.
Yeah.
They really do.
We have, my group is them all. And that's where we go back to for Taco Tuesday.
Well, he lives with he's my daughter-in-law's father.
Oh.
And he lives with my son and daughter-in-law. And they went to California. And so they kind of asked us to check in on him. And he loves Tom. And they can just sit and visit. And Tom's really good with him because he took care of his 95-year-old father. This is so old. Oh, God. So
We had a cat.
just strong as could be. Every time we see him, hey, Paul, how you doing? I'm still here. I never thought I'd live this long.
It's like.
I'm still here.
I'm kind of talking to you. This is your friend who refuses to die.
Well, he had to have two hip replacements. Like maybe 2 years ago. I mean, we thought, well, this is it. And bounced back. He's very sharp. And
See what I can look around.
yeah, he lives in Countryville on Henderson. My son lives there, 3232 Henderson.
What's his name?
My son's name is Frank Locascio and Tricia.
Casio, yeah.
She's a dental hygienist for Dr. Schultz, and he's a nurse, recovery nurse. And the guy's name is Paul Leeper.
I don't know. Leesburg?
Leeper, Leeper, Leeper.
I don't recognize that one. Casio.
Yeah, they've been here a long time. My son, I call him Chip. His name is Frank. And they just, hey,
Right.
so he said, let's go to breakfast. And
23rd.
I said, what do you want? He said, well, I usually eat cereal. So I asked if they had cereal, and they said, no, no oatmeal. So he said, well, I said, what about pancakes? He said, one pancake. One pancake and bacon, so that's what we had, it was fun. It's refreshing to listen to someone who is that age and been through so much and shares things.
So you say he's a veteran?
He's a veteran.
And it's so positive.
Very positive. He's the only surviving sibling, child. His youngest brother died last year. He said, I didn't think I'd live this long. God's just not, we call him the gatekeeper. He said, Paul, when we get up there, you need to let us in. He's such a good Christian. He goes to church as often as he can, and just no. But my son takes him out. Chip's real good with him. He has to be a nurse and be around people, so. Morning, Scott.
There.
Sorry, I had to text you.
I forgot it. We were at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, we came in early.
Oh.
Incidentally, there's a new stash of candy, so don't hesitate.
This is interesting. It has nothing to do with the issue. Yeah, I know. We'll deal with it when we get to it.
Anywho. Did y'all have a nice weekend otherwise?
Oh, man, I don't even remember.
I'm super
I don't remember what I did.
I was just trying to think.
Well, we got a good rain Friday, so it did.
Yeah.
They got more rain than we probably did.
2 inches.
We got a little over half
We
a
got 2.25 in the house,
Wow.
and my contractor lives at 12th and Palmetto, got almost 4 inches.
How many it's in Hollywood?
But no, it's over.
Or the
About
other?
to stay for
What you get?
I think we got 2 inches. I don't.
Yeah, it came, we were just talking about it earlier, it came down, but went sort of right around.
Usually comes down split before it gets to us.
Yeah.
This time it didn't.
So my morning humor.
Okay. I love it. What is it?
Well, the mayor of Washington DC
Oh, okay.
is complaining now because the homeless shelters are filling up with the residents.
Oh, darn.
And rather than they deal with the fact that they're illegal immigrants, she's bitching about the fact that Abbott is busting them up.
Ah,
Which actually,
Send them more.
yeah, I mean, it had the desire of them. I mean, I wondered if that was gonna really.
Well, some people thought it was,
Yeah,
Boy,
right.
It took a while for it to sink in, but they're, yeah, yes, and he's not through.
No,
I don't know what he's got up his sleeve.
You know-
yes, he is.
Mhm.
Yeah.
How does it?
I want to run against Beto.
What are you talking about? You talking about Texas?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I was so. I saw.
Some other guy does Brady?
Beto kind of showed his rear end at that.
That Virginia, y'all, I haven't watched that tape.
Wasn't the time of the place for
That tape, I have not been able to watch that,
Oh.
that tape, I won't watch that. But let me tell you something, I saw someone on Facebook, imagine it, post. It was critical of Abbott and called them Hot Wheels. Hot Wheels, yeah, well, he's in a wheelchair.
Oh, no, I didn't.
And I thought,
That's all.
That's only too far no matter.
That's good, yeah.
Liker than
Whether you like, I agree with you.
That's
It
taken
goes
from-
down.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's taking it first.
So anyway,
He's done a lot of mistakes. He gained my respect after Harvey.
yeah, he sent those, crews with the.
I like, he's calling this one of the situations where you were, what do you call it, expression, so it is something.
Well, they're using, he's now, they're saying invasion.
Invasion, that's.
Who said that?
Well,
Abbott's saying that.
Well, Abbott's, okay.
It isn't, but there's so many,
Oh,
definitions,
definitions.
it has to be recourse on the other side, so
Yeah.
basically, and anyway. He's continuing to go along, I see the pictures of you guys on Fox, the only, now that has a room here.
I was refused to watch the news. I don't watch the news. I just,
I'm a news junkie.
it's too, it's too sensational.
About 6 months ago.
And
there's a new,
I can't take it all.
there's a new.
I just watched a little.
This is on Spectrum, called Start TV.
On
Yeah.
Spectrum, I have
I don't
Spectrum.
have Spectrum.
One channel 155. And there are a lot of these shows that they're older that I really enjoy that kind of thing.
Yes.
Major crimes, cold case.
Oh, I love cold case.
Still Street.
I love cold case.
And they're playing all these. I mean,
Yeah.
what's the other one? CSI, yeah, they're all reruns. CSI Cyber. Which I've been watching that, and, short-lived, it's only on
It's a
TV.
shame because I thought it was.
Yeah.
What interests me is I still watch some of the Law and Order, which are 20 years old. The difference in the way we treat criminals or whoever today versus what I mean, it is just, it's almost scary. I lived through that, I mean.
You know,
We thought it was just fine.
It's-
Well, it isn't that, it's the threats they make against them and.
Tom and I watched the damn
Roughing them up before they get.
I haven't watched that.
I love it. The old match game, not match game, is it match game? Yeah. The
Hollywood Squares and stuff like that.
Yes.
Hollywood Squares was funny.
Yeah.
I love those games. Family Feud, and then there's Common Knowledge, American Sin, it's just all those fun things, you know, because I mean, it makes us laugh, and then it keeps us, we answer the question, see how many we get right. We still got it.
Watch Jeopardy.
Oh, I love
Jeopardy.
Jeopardy.
My ex-husband's wife is she's very smart. She was met, so.
Yeah.
And she, as soon as she comes home from work, out of this tape, she gets home, I mean,
Let's
Jeopardy
get
comes before anything else, because she thinks she can answer all the questions, which, and, anyway.
Well, Tom doesn't like it because he can't answer any question. Tom, I'll answer him, and he'll go, how did you know that? I'm like, I read more than you do. So,
Yes, I know. Especially.
And what's there's some show, The Weakest Link.
Well, the weakest link.
Yeah. What's the gal's name? James, something or other.
Lynch,
Lynch.
Mm.
Yeah, who's the snarkiest.
she is, I love
I
her.
mean, it's my wife wants to watch it and so on. It's just. You just be raised.
Is it a comedy or a commentary?
No, it's a game show.
Oh, game show.
And each of the contestants is asked a question or something like that. Depending on how many they get right, they potentially get money, but then after each round, the contestants that are there get to vote off somebody,
No.
The weakest link.
Yeah.
Oh, the weakest link.
but it's kind of like, with that Survivor.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the game, if you're good, they end up getting rid of you because they
They don't
don't
want you to get all the money.
Yeah, well, it's the other people, right? Say, I may be a lousy player, I'm not gonna want this other guy.
I used to watch, I was, remember when Wants to Be Million.
Yeah.
Well, I was like, pre-built it, I watched it all the time.
Is that the one with the cases or?
Cases,
Yeah.
yeah, it was,
How we made that?
how you. He's a very strange guy.
Yeah, but I don't
He's
see
very,
her.
he won't touch anybody.
He's a germaphobe, you know.
Yeah.
They just have some sort of tumor or something now.
Mm.
Essentially what?
Tumor or something now. Because if
I haven't heard
you
anything
see
about it.
any of the America's Got Talent, he has, his chair is empty most of the time.
Yeah, and that show has gone downhill. America's Got Talent.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it really has.
I like the one with.
Simon Cowell brothers, but
Simon
Cowell.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. And that's, and he's got America's Got Talent.
Yeah. I think that-
Yeah, he made
Who's that?
Simon Cowell,
Oh, yeah, he's on American.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and the guy is
Now, who's the
He
one
made a
that,
ton of money off
is,
that show. He made a ton of money off that show.
Oh, yeah.
He's a producer and he,
Signed the business.
yeah.
He's a producer and he's also a star, and so he gets double pay. Yeah, every once in a while, they can say amazing talent on it,
And they,
especially kids.
Yeah, but do I just feel sorry for these kids that are winning. Because they have no clue. And there's gonna be so much pressure on all of their license. Yeah.
the voice is another thing.
I don't want that.
And, but they, what's amazing is the amount of money those guys get paid.
Yes.
And in reality, you know, they're taken off of their tour schedule for the most part and so on, but it's
Oh,
like,
you mean the people who are taking it?
Yeah. it's like 14 million, 15
But
million.
look at the talent they're getting to back them on contract with records or do the
That
openings of
happens
their
too,
shows.
yeah,
So they're making it back,
Yeah.
you know?
And,
Yeah,
and some,
One in the series or whatever.
only one I like on their Blake show.
yeah,
He makes
Same
it
way.
worth watching. I mean, that's it.
Who's that?
Blake Shelton,
Oh, wait.
because he's always got his, I'm sure there's whiskey in it.
yeah, right. Yeah,
You know? Don't tell him what he's gonna say.
well, it's,
The Oklahoma comes out.
Have you married that gal? Who's she? Great.
When.
yeah, she is.
Yeah.
See how long that's gonna last.
you wonder how many of them.
Yeah, we just got married.
Yeah.
How many times now?
It's twice for her. I mean, for him, twice for him, but.
But she was married in before.
Yeah.
No,
They're
no.
engaged or something.
She's been married.
They were engaged. Yeah, they never got
We
married.
all have our.
That was the big news, yep. It's morning.
This hurry up and wait mode, or are they?
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
we have.
You know what? We just have one hearing day.
9 o'clock, yes, for the Richard and Abbott.
We have any at 10 o'clock.
I'm here, I'm fine.
Yeah.
You can look at your.
No.
9 o'clock and then 1:30.
There's 9 o'clock, 1:30, and then there's a single at 3.
So.
The 3 is a telephone, and I believe the 1:30s are all affidavits.
Okay. Are we gonna start that this morning or are we gonna wait till this afternoon?
Well, I have to talk to Val about that.
Yeah.
Let's see how long this one.
No, we're gonna do the 1:30 this morning.
We can decide that there's a phone in at 3 o'clock. That- And then there's the letter.
Eight thirty, is that not? Okay.
No, the 9 o'clock is here.
Nine.
We're getting ready to start.
Morning,
Morning.
you here on your own? Oh,
They trusted me alone, so it's scary.
I don't know if you'll remember Melody.
Oh, yes. Nice to see you again.
You don't get to see the same faces very often. It's always.
You may go. It's either me or you.
There's the chief.
What's it?
We've got it,
You will let it go.
My name's.
It was just rain.
Me and Nick.
Oh, we had rain last week. In the last week.
I
was here for it. You weren't here for it, yeah. I was there. Depending on where you were at, some got more.
Thank you.
That's
I can come-
y'all keep going, y'all keep the bowl. Yes, and you are welcome. Please.
Means keep them away.
Oh, but it's all the best stuff. So Leo, we have 2 days or 3 days.
I know that. Drink water was convenient.
So what?
Somebody wrapped it up again.
That's big.
One day, you can't reach.
What was inside, what was replaced, what was it replaced with?
that's the point. You don't know, it's a surprise.
Or we switch the bottom and then set it. That's
I actually don't mind that now. as much for using it.
Are you ready for me to call in Mr. Taylor?
Well, we need to convene the meeting first. See more on. It is Monday, July 18th at 9:06. We are convening a session of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board. Do we have a forum? Okay, so we're open for hearings. I think we can start.
Mr. Taylor?
Good morning.
Morning.
Sorry? Yeah.
The building.
Cozier. You may have been in the back room. Yeah, and then they had the flood, so then we were in portable buildings for a while, and now they fixed all that and we're back. in-
And we just helped the doors in, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. When we're just helping.
But you're gonna put that one. We're good. Okay, and I didn't catch your name again. My name is Frank. Right, is okay. Eli, anyone? Gary Eli. Okay, if I find that? Absolutely. I also do Rob, my formal name is Robert. Okay. Okay, I have some administrative stuff I'll run through first. You'll be asked to swear in a few moments. So we're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-2174, account number 8822660, which is 61 Gerald. Not sure if that's a Rockport or it looks like a random pass. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And verify exactly what's in the protest.
Equity and market, and then others, check and trying to read it, it says notice. Connect. Can you read that? Looks like it's connect. I don't know.
Okay.
Incorrect.
Oh, notice incorrect, I think. And that's other.
Yeah, we're looking at the protest form. Oh, you wrote that? Oh, my.
You got it.
It is. Okay.
And it does say, there's one other box that says encourage appraisal market or land under special use ag. That box is checked.
Okay, so we'll make sure we address all those. So we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. So at the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and the survey may be completed using the survey form, which is available there. And there's also a copy is included in the determination package you receive in the mail after the hearing. And you can also take it online, all the information about how to return it or complete it, not in terms of how to answer it, but all that information is included on the form at the top of the form. And the survey is, of course, entirely voluntary. However, we always encourage, thank you. Feedback. All right, you also have the right to appeal our decision. field information is included in the determination package that we mailed to you to document the results of this hearing. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So do we have all of the evidence you're going to be referencing today? Okay, excellent. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ronald McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F.
So testimony from all witnesses must be given under one oath. I'm afraid we'll ask you to swear in there and allow.
If you will read that aloud and state your name.
Robert D. Taylor III, do solemnly swear to affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board, Aransas County Appraisal District, is true and correct.
I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. No other than
My name is Mike, so I do solemnly swear and affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District. Correct.
Okay, Trey, do you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board? I do. Okay, thank you. There on your left hand, is the hearing procedure times. You're probably familiar with this since you've been here before. Takes 1 or 2 forms, either you can go first or the district can go first. You both have equal amounts of time to present and rebut and question and so on. However, you get to make the choice of who presents first.
Last time we did these, we ran over a lot, so we'll see how that goes out.
Yeah, well,
That's okay.
we've got loads of time, so.
Well, I'd be happy with the district go first in this situation.
Okay.
Melody will start. Well, I'll just say, yeah, I'll summarize a few things. And then Melody will chime in. The subject property in our evidence packet up there, Scott. We have 13 million in change in subject property. You can see that from the property part. This is a property that is, large land in either industrial or industrial potential in nature. It was one of the properties that the Aransas County Appraisal District had Richard and Abbott do for our valuation this year. This is adjacent to, just to the south of Rockport Terminals, and it's often uses comparable by Rockport Terminals to the subject, to this particular subject for comparison purposes. And that's why that's one of the reasons that we had Richard and Abbott do it. The next thing that you'll see over is this is the representation of the not pictometry, but aerial imagery. And the area in orange in the middle, it looks like a kind of a funky shaped H, where where 35 is running right through the middle of it. So you have some property to the west that is basically some treed acreage to the west, and then to the east you have a more coastal or a waterfront area to the east.
What is that to the south?
The south, the purple area is just that's just the city limit line. And one of the things I believe, and I don't remember, but I believe what was brought up last time is that this was under annex, or there was a question about the annex last year, I will say that, that this property and the property to the north was one of the things that was questioned under annex. And you'll note as a matter of public record that there was, some citizens that rejected that annexation. Those citizens prevailed. This particular thing is not, under the city limit line. It's not under the city limit line. That was used as one of the mitigating factors of last year. They said, hey, guys, we're in the city limits. And that was used as one of their methods by saying, hey, you can't appraise us in this way because we're in the city limits.
But they're not.
But they're not. The citizens prevailed as a whole of the people that were most recently, that the city of Aransas has most recently attempted to annex. And the citizens prevailed, and that city limit line went back. The purple that you see is the city limit line to the south of the subject property. The subject property is to the north, would be in the orange.
Was that in the county?
This is all in the county.
Oh, the county, yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is all in the county. It's just not in the city. City of Aransas Pass taxing unit. Moving on, the subject properties, or at least when this evidence packet was created, was listed, and you can see that it's offered at 24 million, I believe. Is that right?
$24,880,000.
So this is a LoopNet. LoopNet is a commercial kind of commercial and or industrial MLS listing service for, you think about Zillow, you think about like your local MLS agents. LoopNet is kind of a nationwide commercial in nature listing service. The very first page that you see is the summary page. Again, this little red outline that you see right here is the same shape that we showed you before on the previous slide. What are the highlights of this investment? Well, it's intermodal site with rail and highway and intercoastal access. Now, what's important about that is the rail and the highway and intercoastal access. That's what makes it, in our opinion, industrial in nature. You might remember, and I'm just going to say it, that the property to the north, which is Rockport Terminals, also has rail and highway and intercoastal. And that was one of the mitigating factors of why they have their property on the market as well. I believe that the ARB ruled somewhere in the neighborhood of $60,000 an acre for that particular property to the north. The subject property is to the tune of about $39,000 an acre to the south. This particular one has 4,546 feet of highway frontage. That's approximately, what, 8/10 of an acre, 9/10 of an acre, I'm sorry, 9/10 of a mile on the highway frontage. 353 acres total area, including 173 acres of waterfront on the intercoastal waterway. Union Pacific Rail, adjacent to Rockport Terminal, a thriving private multimodal logistics port. City water, it actually has city water, I guess, to the south portion of the subject property from Aransas Pass. Executive summary, this is just talking about the facts of the subject property. Much of the same facts were already just highlighted. Property facts of 24 million is what it's currently listed for, or at least at the time of the evidence packet was created. The lot size is indicated at 304 acres, 304.15. And then the price per acre that they're asking is $70,253 per acre. I want you to note for the record that the subject property is currently on the ACAD listing through Richard Nabbit at approximately $39,000 an acre, approximately. Moving forward, let's see. It's just a map of the area. Again, this is aerial photos of the area and another map of the area. You've seen, this overlay of that map on that previous, or a couple of previous slides. Sorry, my thing winked out. Yeah, okay. And for the record, Mr. Taylor can have more or equal time for sure. The next section is the evidence that was collected by Pritchard and Abbott, and it is the summary here, and I can turn this to the side. Okay, we'll do that. Make this bigger so where you can talk about this.
We have some sales. And it's hard to find large sales of large tracts in the area, but we found a few. And they vary in age. But I've searched all along, up and down the intercoastal waterway. So we found some that ranged all the way up and down, depending upon the size and such. So they mostly range from 122. There was one that really was a $21,000 sale when you looked at the effective acres, up to 133,000 per acre. And then we look at the appraised values. So our appraised value for the subject is actually $38,955 per acre. So right at $39,000 per acre, far less than their listed price. Less than the $60,000 that the appraisal review board placed on Rockport terminals when we had the hearing for it, because this tract is not developed like Rockport terminals, and we acknowledge that it's not the same level of development, and so we don't feel that it's the same. Mojave should be less, and we think that the $38,955 per acre is a fair value for Mojave at its current state. And we ask that the board would sustain our value at $38,955.
So that total depth is 13,787.
Yes, ma'am, 13,787.36. It rounds to $40.
Right.
Anything else? It's fine.
The board has a question for me. If not, we'll move on to Mr. Taylor.
Okay, we have just 8 minutes or whatever.
Okay, this is for a presentation or just for cross?
You can
Oh, correct.
To begin with, can you state the amount of last year's tax on this property?
It wasn't
Or last evaluation?
last year's valuation. Scott, it wasn't in our evidence, but we can get that information for you, sir.
What's in the notice of appraised value, correct?
Last year's?
Yes, it's last year's that taxable valuation.
Taxable.
It's on
Was
the
it?
notice of appraised valuation form.
Oh, that last year's, that was the ARB value
That's
from
correct.
last year,
That's correct.
$2,861,710.
Okay, are you aware of any change on that property aside from the fact that it's no longer under the litigation involving Aransas passes annexation? Were there any other changes in the property at all?
Answer this. So the question is a leading question to, is there anything substantial that's changed in the market? Or, and the answer to your question is yes. The global market has changed, meaning values in general have been increasing from 21 to 22. Secondarily, it was the notice value for the subject property in question was much higher than what was indicated that was by an ARB. That was a decision by the ARB, that the district disagrees with. Thirdly, the other question that you had was one of the major points that was brought by the subject property owner agent last year was that this was under litigation and therefore it affected the value for the city of Aransas Pass. Which is found it was asked and answered last year that was under litigation. And we disagreed with that. It was under litigation. We believed that annexation fight was going to prevail by the citizens. And that's actually factual this year. So it was not under the city of Aransas Pass, it is under the city of Aransas. It was in the city of Aransas Pass last year, and it was removed and supplemented.
With regard to valuations, are you aware for the 10 years or so prior to that, it also, the property value had been at $2.8 million, even before Aransas Pass.
It's
began.
not in front of us, but yeah.
It's public record, I mean, but the value hadn't changed for a long time, correct?
Without looking at it, I wouldn't be able to answer that question.
This is, so you're dealing with essentially a several 100% increase in value.
Whatever your calculation, if you'd like me to do the calculation, I'll be glad to do it.
Well, it's more than 100%.
Okay. Is that a statement or a question?
I'm asking.
Would you like me to do a calculation?
Well, it's $13 million
Yes,
more than 100%.
I can answer that question for you.
Thank you.
Yes, it's $13 million. And last year, the valuation that was attributable by the ARB was 2.7. The notice value was much higher than that.
If you know what the appraisal, $13 million is based.
The appraisal of the $13 million is based on market and equity associated with the subject property. Its valuation on the open market, or you meant to define market value for you? Or-
No,
Okay.
I'm asking just what I really want to know is, you're just talking about the surface estate of this property, correct?
Be simple,
Fee simple.
which is all of it.
So you're
It's a
including
fee
mineral
simple
interest?
estate.
Yes, ma'am. Do you include mineral interest or just surface?
Fee simple estate. I have to get the definition of
Ma'am,
that.
I'm a lawyer. I understand what fee simple. I'm trying to get to a very simple question is, are y'all talking all the minerals underneath? Did you appraise based on the
I
minerals?
did not appraise the minerals, no, sir.
That's right. So none of the testimony today talks about the mineral estates, all right?
No, sir.
Did you include, rail access as part of your, appraisal?
We included the fact that this does have rail access.
Okay.
That is a consideration of the market value.
Are you aware that it does not have a spur or necessarily permission to use? At this,
Is that testimony by you?
I asked if she's aware.
Okay. That would be incongruent with the current listing, but I don't know, you can answer that. I don't know that.
Your current listing says it does.
Well, that's a listing actually that's been there for a long time.
So
I'm
you're-
sorry.
That listing has been there for a long time, even before the annexation.
Oh, I don't know as far as the most recent, at the,
The internet things stay around for a long time, even.
unless they're asked to be removed, is it? Okay,
Okay, there's not a canal on the property, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
There's a canal on Rockport Terminal's property, comparing,
Well,
right?
certainly, no, I didn't compare it to that. We said it was adjacent to
I
that.
know y'all talked about. Couple. Do you know there's any permits or licenses for development on that property?
we're not aware of any permits.
Is that something that you would have used in your appraisal?
The ability to develop land has an influence on value, generally speaking.
So without it would require an expenditure of some kind of funds to get all the permits.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
So that's not something that y'all factored into all.
yeah, it's not developed land. Our valuation is not developed land. Our valuation is current state.
Okay. So you're not, when you say it's current state,
It's current state. It's
Right.
January 1 appraisal date.
what I'm asking you is, I can't go out there and put a factor on it right now. I'm getting permits, right?
You can't do things without getting permits, that's correct.
So, and can't use the rail unless I have Union Pacific permission, right?
Well, I think that's a pretty, yes, sir, I believe that.
And these all, how much of a factor do these come into your price? The valuation
Well,
plan?
I don't know that we've done a quantitative analysis by each and every facet associated with that, but it is part and parcel to the evaluation. For all intents and purposes, you haven't presented any information that you don't have access yet. Is that what you're saying? Yet?
Yeah.
You're about to?
I believe so.
Okay, good.
I believe, again, I don't know either, to be honest with you, but the question is, you're making all these assumptions.
Not
correct?
making extraordinary assumptions, sir.
Well, you're talking about having rail access,
That's based on,
permits, and
there's
are
listing.
there any roads in the property?
There's the road that goes right through it. Yes, sir.
There's a road that goes right.
I like that portion. I'm the crossing dam, and we've been grilled pretty good. I'm about to give it right back, but in my time.
He still has to be on.
No, he has his entire presentation. He can take it on if he
That's what I'm
wants.
saying.
I just have a couple.
Okay.
On the notice of appraised value, which is in our exhibits, can y'all put that up?
Absolutely.
On the notice of appraised value, which it's the only got more than that. It's the only exhibit of it.
You want on, in your evidence or in the district?
I believe it's in my evidence.
Okay.
I
well,
just,
your
I
evidence.
don't know where the lady put it.
Sure.
That you put it in.
There you go.
Okay, would you look at the notice that y'all provided us, please, sir? In the upper right-hand little box there, and it's a mineral appraisal information, doesn't it?
Upper right.
Upper right, the top little box there. No, right, I'm sorry, left. Another right, left.
The upper left.
Yeah, over in the left here. Go to the left, that
Okay.
little box right there at the very top, that's a mineral appraisal information, correct?
At upper left. I'm still trying to find, oh, mineral appraisal information. So the question about is this mineral or was it mineral in nature?
That's what you notice.
Okay. Okay, I would really like to answer this for you. Pritchard Abbott is a mineral and industrial appraising company that has expertise in that field. This is a generalized form, so in this, is that a correct statement?
Yeah.
So when you see mineral appraisal information, it just means that it's information that was provided by the mineral appraiser. I hope that clarifies. And it was,
The notice, isn't it?
but it was asked and answered whether the minerals were considered as part of the appraisal, and the answer was no. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there's that clear.
Okay, no, it really doesn't.
Okay.
Well, you can take
I
that.
mean, that's fine.
Well, sir, you asked the question and it's been answered.
It's the mineral appraisal information, correct?
Are you asking me to read it to you? It's a mineral appraisal information.
And you testified that y'all have testified that you provide absolutely no evidence of any mineral value. Correct.
May I answer something on that?
Absolutely.
Everything that we appraise that goes to all of our appraisal districts says minerals, and it's a way of differentiating between what the appraisal districts appraise and what we as Pritchard and Abbott appraise for them. And so everything that we send to the appraisal district says minerals, because that's how we differentiate our information from what the appraisal district does. It all says minerals, but we are a mineral, industrial, utility, and personal property appraiser. It does not mean that this is a mineral appraisal.
Ma'am,
This is an industrial
I
appraisal.
absolutely appreciate that that's what y'all's internal policies are. What notice have you given to my client as a taxpayer that this is not a mineral appraisal?
Well, we haven't provided any information for both cap rates, well information, number of barrels of gas, or any kind of mineral, and none of that exists.
This would have
I
said
appreciate that.
lease
Okay,
and had a lease
It would have a
name.
lease number.
again,
This is real property. It actually says in the legal description, the legal is the
Land.
300 land. It actually says the word land.
where is it? Where is it explained anywhere in the notice?
I'm not gonna be grilled for an extensive period of time, I can tell you that. It actually, where does it say? It says land, it says.
And it
legal
says
land.
type real.
Says type real industrial land category right there.
And then it's
The answer,
section is titled mineral appraisal.
where, the first question was, where is it described to my property owner that this is not mineral? It's right here. Now, everybody else in the room understands that. If you want to continue down your little lawyer track, you can do that. And I'm gonna grill him for as long as he grills me. I can tell you that.
I'm finished. That's all I need to hear.
What is all you need to hear?
Your sense.
Well, it's, the answer to the question is right there and I've answered it.
No, but go ahead and I'm gonna.
I respectfully disagree with the subject property owner's agent that the answer was not answered. The question was not answered. He said no. And the answer was, the question was answered. Where's it differentiated? It's right there. It actually says the word land. It says the acres. It says category. F2, real industrial land. It's right there.
Okay, where are we with you now? Are you done?
No, he has his
I know I'm
presentation.
finished. We will do our presentation now.
Oh, go
Our
ahead.
presentation is pretty simple. I cannot verify one way or the other. I do know that right now there is no rail spur on this property. Rail spur would be rail access to the property. The rail does continue over the property. There is a Union Pacific easement across the property. However, our understanding, although we do not know, there is someone who's acquired the rights to the rail out there. We do not know whether they obtain access to the rail. The appraisal has been done here, has pulled in the real estate ad that I believe is pretty old. Renee Evans does still represent us in some. As far as whether there's actual access to the Union Pacific, I think it's something that is not accurate. I just don't know the answer to it. I don't think there was never rail access as far as Spark. Wow. Rails come off that property. They cross. As far as permits and licenses, like I said, on permits and licenses, it's time for development. In fact, there is no development for the property. On either side. As far as roads onto the property, actually, a large part of the property is inaccessible unless you have a very nice four-wheel drive vehicle, because the rail also property does not have a rail crossing. So if you take even a regular pickup truck and try to go over, you certainly get stuck. I did have a witness who was supposed to be there today, but unfortunately did not show up. So that's extensive knowledge of the property and they have their own. So when these, what I would suggest, that while these appraisals are wonderful, they're based on numbers that we hope $25 million for the property. I don't think that's going to happen. We obviously haven't been offered that kind of money, and yes, we spent the last 3 years in litigation for Aransas past because they tried to get the property, and they've been considerable expenses by our offices as well as Rockport Terminals, and later the county of Aransas Pass to their county attorney. County of Aransas Pass was forced last September to withdraw their annexation. So there's been a pretty large expenditure in legal fees to prevent that from happening, maintain the property. Our position, the way it stands today, is that the property is really, it hasn't changed at all from 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago. It's really been the same. As far as development, the differences in development and pathways, the rails that acquired, as far as permits and licenses are expensive. And basically, to get to the figures that we're talking about here, the numbers that they're trying to price at, we would have to make a considerable expenditure even to get the permitting licenses, which, and a rail spur, and any of these kind of things. Water, there's actually, I think the water line that goes across, they call it Aransas Pass water, but I think it's moving the city by the city. I don't know if Aransas Pass will allow us to cut into that. There is a pipeline out there from what I understand. I've had a lot of confusion over whether that goes to the property. In fact, that was a subject at the trial with the court warrant of the state of Texas with Mr. Soto testified.
Which is that with the trial? Oh, yeah, the trial for the city of Aransas.
Yeah, that was quite good.
Yeah, that was a.
Anyway, so that's essentially what we have. And we think the property value should remain the same for currently until we can get permitting and everything was done, which hasn't happened.
I have a question, who posted the loop at, yeah,
I believe that would have been, Evans. No, Jen Evans is a real estate agent.
not be who they posted for.
I don't, to be honest with you, I don't know how they got there. But I think it was her through Mojave.
Somebody had.
Yeah. I think that he and Mojave talked, I wouldn't have talked at that point. As far as the sale of the property.
Something still relevant, and when it's still there, whatever had been posted.
Yes and no, I can.
Why
would
would
you
I
do
know?
it?
I wouldn't want it to stay on. Property owner didn't want it to stay on.
Well, the property owner is trying to sell the property. And I think part of the concern is what's on there. I don't know that May has updated it. I can find out, but I just don't know it's updated. I know I believe that's been there for quite a while.
Doesn't make any difference if it should have been corrected, it should have been corrected, so obviously it must.
Well, I'm here to testify that there is not a rail spur on that property.
They say they're.
Well, they say there is, and they're advertising it. And so I have to agree, I'm a former real estate agent, so you know the importance of having correct information out there.
Got no more time, let's go ahead and update
Nothing more that.
Yeah, for the cross sign, we have cross and then rebuttal, is that the?
I'm not so many things.
Yes, but I mean, just the order of things.
Yeah.
District,
We have the district rebuttal.
advocacy, cross.
Yeah, you do. Cross and then rebuttal.
Okay. Just looking at the order thing, sorry, guys. I'm just trying to get it here. So what was the notice value, last year that you protested in 2021?
I would say this is.
It's 13 million and change.
Same.
Mhm.
So
And
last year, this was the value.
last year, 13,
Notice value.
the notice
Okay,
value
that
was
was the notice value, I'm sorry.
and it was protested last year, the board last year reduced the value to the number that was reported by the subject property owner's agent. Right.
So that would, you're asking me, that basically the same value you can put on for.
No, no, that wasn't the question. I said, what was the notice value last year? You answered it. You don't have to expand. It's fine. And to follow up, the notice value was 13 million, essentially the same number that we have right now. It was reduced to the number that the subject property owner agent has reported, 2.7 and change, I believe.
For the same reasons
Well, I
that have
don't know.
been presented here.
Well, I don't know. That's not a question that I asked.
Right.
But I just want to make sure that everybody understands. Last year's value and this year's value is essentially the same. And ARB came to a different decision. The things that were presented last year, I can tell you that one of the things that was presented last year with the whole city of, and I did go to, I was summoned to a court to provide testimony about certain things. Anyways, having said that, the citizens did prevail. And this subject property does not have the cloud or question about being in the city of Aransas Pass because it's not. In the year 2022. In the year 2021, it did have the cloud or the question at the time of the notice and the time of the hearing. But this hearing, not the lawsuit hearing by the citizens against the city of Aransas Pass. Having said that, so I'm correct in understanding, the question is, am I correct in understanding that you have knowledge that that the subject property owner does not have rail spur permission? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's through what, form of communication?
Communicate with the property owner.
Okay, did you present any of that today? Do you have like a written correspondence or anything?
No, I did.
Okay, that's, with that, that's the answer, that's fine. In reference to the water that you indicated, you have water that's going from there to the city by the sea, which I can affirm that from my historical knowledge of City by the Sea, they do have water access from. So tapping into that, you would need a tap fee, of course, just like anybody needs a tap fee, but that's all that it is. The development therein, I don't disagree with the subject property owner's agent. This is undeveloped land. We have it as undeveloped land. I want you just to think about this for a little bit. Look at how big this area is. And this is a question that I'm going to formulate. And this is, I'd like to pull up Scott, I'd like to pull up the overall map. Just in our evidence, because I have to ask the question. Right there. So zoom into it just a little bit. There's areas to the west and to the east that have access to water. Is that correct?
No.
You don't know?
Well, I assume they had the same pipeline that goes across the property. As far as, are you talking about?
Do they
people's
have-
property?
No, I'm asking, does the subject property have access to water?
There is a pipeline that goes across. There has not been any tapping. I think the pipeline goes across the property of the city by the sea. I don't think there's water on the property.
Right, so the question wasn't whether you have a tap. The question was, do you have access to water?
I mean, assuming that I could tap that.
So the yes or no?
Well, is there access to water? There's a pipeline on my property, but I don't know. I don't know what you mean by access.
For the record, the subject property owner asked a direct question and chose to.
No, I'm not. I'm asking simply what
Everybody else
do you mean
knows.
by access?
Access. Do you have the availability to tap into water on the subject property? I think everybody else in the room understands the question.
No, the question is whether someone will permit me to tap into that.
No, that was not the question, first and foremost. As far as the permit, you have as far as the ability to access the water, I'm asking, do you have access to water on the subject property?
Are you talking about the pipeline or are you talking about?
I'm talking about a water main that the subject property can tap into.
Assuming that I could have permission from whoever's pipeline that is, which I think is City of Aransas Pass. Yes.
Okay, good, thank you.
Yes.
Just in case.
That's something the ad says city water.
Right, I was going to get to right to that, so. Do you know the reasoning for the rail spur and the water access incongruencies in the listing associated, and then disassociated from the testimony that you just provided that that's contrary to the list? Do you have any information on why?
As far as the rail, I believe it's our understanding that someone has purchased the rail access. Since the time that act came out, since the last time I was sitting here, that someone has gotten the rights to the rail and we may not be able to obtain a rail spur. And it's your first question. As far as the water, I assume that there could be a tap done, but the present one hasn't been needed. So as far as yeah, I don't know how Aransas Pass feels about our property since we're in litigation with you as we sit today. We still got litigation ongoing.
Okay,
So,
what's the litigation about?
there's one is for the original case. Originally, there's 3 cases involved. originally Aransas Pass and Rockport Terminals and an organization called the Association Against Annexation Abuse filed litigation involving this property as well as two other areas that Aransas Pass was annexing. All three of those were later found to be void from initiation because they were done wrong. So that's what initiated.
Yeah, that's a matter of record, matter of
Right, that's
law.
what,
Yeah.
so that's the initial lawsuit.
Okay, gotcha.
The state came in because Aransas Pass was playing games. They'd taken us up on the field. The state of Texas through the Aransas County Attorney's Office brought a court warrant. Excuse me, court warrant to that. It was an action by the state that says essentially by what right are you doing this? They challenged the annexation. The attorney for the Association for Annexation Abuse and Rockport Terminals was involved with the county attorney's office. The way a court warrant is usually brought is by a citizen going to the county attorney or the attorney general's office and requesting these kind of cases to be brought to the attention of the prosecutor.
Okay.
The DAs are the county attorney's office.
What's the third one?
The third one is a case that was brought by Mojave.
Okay.
And this one was after, the first one still arrived, even though the property value has been resolved. I'm sorry, the property annexation has been resolved. There are still some issues involving violations of the Open Meeting Act that not been resolved.
Okay, thank you very much for
And
clearing
then
that
the
up.
third one, the third lawsuit
Oh,
is,
I thought that was.
third one has to do with, wrongful takings, regulatory actions. What happened, and this is what you've been talking about, is Aransas Pass was trying to control this property, Rockport Terminal property, to keep them from being developed in any manner whatsoever.
Okay,
Uh,
thank you for that. Thank you. So in answer to the question that the citizens against the city, the citizens, I think you told it.
Cold warrant.
A group of citizens came together and they fought the city of Aransas Pass and prevailed.
Mhm.
So in that prevailing mechanism, they essentially do have the rights to develop property. Is that correct?
As of last September,
Thank you very much.
the ordinances were withdrawn.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. In regard to the, so the question about the Union Pacific Rail, you indicated the spur, and you indicated those rights were given away, sold,
I don't,
recognized.
our understanding is that they're still on mail, we don't know. We do not currently have.
So when you say that they were sold by whom to whom?
I don't know, I think, well, Union Pacific have.
Union Pacific was the seller.
Yes, and I think it may have been the Rockport Terminals group, or it may have been another group. We're not positive. This is something we just found out about and are investigating.
How recent?
We just found out about it.
So you don't have access to the rail, but you assume that, or at least the property owner or property owner's real estate agent at least thought by conversations with the property owners that they had access to rail. But then you're finding out information that you don't have access to rail because it is controlled essentially by Union Pacific and they sold it to some other party,
We believe it was,
leased it to another
least or
party.
so, we don't know. They don't tend to call us and let us know.
Mhm. Okay,
I don't understand where the lease to the property owner didn't have, what would they want it for? Control.
They control to keep you being able to access it, make the property not able to be developed.
yeah, they can,
It's a matter of.
Keep that property.
Well,
it drives the property-
okay,
And it
okay.
drives, and it
Hang on,
drives
hang on.
property value down.
Just, well,
Okay.
whoa, wait, hang on. I don't want him to, I'm asking questions here in regard to the rail. And essentially the answer to the question is, it was leased to somebody else or it's the control belongs with somebody other than the subject property owner. And the follow-up question to that is that lease in any way connected to the subject property owner, meaning through a different corporation?
Oh, no.
Okay, that's okay. In so doing, you would have rail that was not accessed by the subject property owner, but it doesn't mean it couldn't be developed in other ways. It does have access to road, it does have access to water, it does have access to the intercoastal, it has access to all these other things. We, nor the subject property owner, at least to date, have provided the evidentiary mechanism to quantify the proration and or association of what that rail would attribute or detract from. We do know that, again, subject property owner's agent has testified that they've had conversations with the property owner and that somebody else controls that lease for the rail. But that's just one small portion of this property. It's undeveloped land. It has access to the intercoastal waterway. Does it have access to, let me ask the question. Does it have access to the intercoastal waterway?
I believe so.
Okay. And it does, and then it was asked and answered, does it have access to water? And there's, I guess the general answer that I heard was that there's a pipe that goes across the property. The subject property owner has indicated that it doesn't have access to rail, but does it have access to Highway 35 road frontage?
In part, there was something when we were out of the room, we talked about the fact that with the rail where it is, access to the property on the side of the rail is very difficult to get over those railroad tracks. There's no problem, there's no nothing. There's no lot of road on the property. I think that's the side that access to water.
The east side.
Yeah.
So is the subject property owner scared that they can't access their property? Or have you had conversations with the property owner that says that somebody's trying to say that they can't access their property on the east side of the road?
At this point, no, I'm just saying.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, there's, yeah. So if we have 535 approximate acres. I'm sorry, yeah, I said it wrong. 353, 173 are approximately on the intercoastal waterway side. So there's approximately 180 on the west side of the road. Is that correct? Yeah, well, it actually says on the very next thing. I'm really sorry. Yeah. So do you have any, in your conversations with the subject property owner, do you have any rationale for why it's currently listed at 24 million and change, and their rationale concurrently that it's not worth what we as the Pritchard Nabbitt as representative for the district say it's for 13 million? That's a pretty wide gulf. I mean, that's $11 million, difference. Why would they assert that it's worth 24, but then they also assert that it's not worth 13?
Basically, a lot of the same things you're talking about is that any negotiation for the sale of property, there's a lot of issues in negotiation regarding the spurs and everything else. As far as the valuation, I believe that was a recommendation for the real estate agents. Unfortunately, I can't say per se why that number got arrived at. Obviously, most sale prices are not set in stone. So
You mean
I
sell
think-
listings?
sell, yeah.
Okay,
I mean, so,
absolutely.
that is a figure I do not know. Obviously, I think it's in.
So the drive of the question, is really this. There's a hard reconciliation, and you as a property owner agent, obviously you're well informed, well versed, and you want to be well informed as it relates to the subject property and all its elements. In that reconciliation, were you aware that it was on the market for 24 million prior to you walking in the hearing today?
Absolutely.
Okay. Were you aware for how long has it been on the market at this price?
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
Okay. Second follow-up question. Were you aware that it was on the market last year at about the same time for the 24 million hole?
I believe you showed the same form.
So the question is, were you aware? Okay, so the answer is yes. So for at least a period of 1 year cycle, bounding the January 1 appraisal date, you were aware that the subject property was listed for 24 million fair balance. Okay.
And that, I believe the valuation there is something that based on, you know, what the possibility of the property can be, what an investor wants to.
Yeah, there's some speculation that's like, oh, what could this be? It's whatever the buyer wants it to be, right? It could be this beautiful residential thing, it could be mixed industrial, it could be commercial, it could be all kinds of things.
Yeah, I don't see residential yet.
Residential on the west side, absolutely.
Well, there was some testimony at the full warrant of the trial with evaluation of land in this area is primary industrial. That was
That was, which trial was this? I'm
the
sorry.
one that you testified at. It was full warrant of.
Uh-huh. Okay, but I mean, it can't be.
No, it didn't say it couldn't be. They said that the testimony was the real value of this property was not agricultural, it was residential, it was industrial. And that's what, and it wasn't our person, this was the guy from Fort University.
Gotcha.
He's
So
an expert.
Right, so in the bundle of rights says you know them to exist in the control of the subject property owner, which is the ability to buy, sell, lease, use, give away, all of those bundle of rights. You don't know of any prohibition to develop it for a residential purpose.
No,
Okay, thank you.
just
Just
license fees and that kind of stuff.
That would, again, in follow up to that question, that would be commensurate with any development of a residential property would be lease, permits, fees, any kind of water tapping, any kind of road development within a subject property. Okay. That's all I have for across. Just, and I guess I rebutted at the same time, but yeah,
More.
no, I don't. It's back over to the subject property owner.
Thanks, Fred.
I don't have any further, I'm afraid of these.
Yeah, in closing with the, well, if you prepared, we got rid of,
You went for it.
yeah, so in closing with the subject, what the district would say, is that these are facts. The facts are in January of 2021, the valuation and the notice in 2021 was approximately 13 million that you see right now. It was brought before this, it was brought before the ARB in 2021. It was ruled. One of the things that was brought was the cloudiness and or the air that this is under City of Aransas past annexation. That cloud no longer exists. The citizens associated with bringing suit against the city prevailed. And therefore, this subject property is not in the city limit and city annexation. It does not have the taxing unit associated with the city. Furthermore, the subject property is noticed at approximately the same notice that it was in 2022. In what I would point out, an increasing market value year from the year, just talking globally, generally, what has happened to market values from 21 to 22, things have increased. It would make sense that things would increase for the subject property as well. All boats in a rising tide rise together. This is a pretty big boat, though, I would say. It's a pretty big piece of land. Having said that, we have approximately the same value that we did in 2021. We have 2022, 13 million. I would like you to understand that, or I would ask the board, the ARB, to consider what is probable in this case. Is it probable that the subject property owner takes something less than 24 million? Yes. It is probable. Because like the subject property owner's agent has indicated, there's negotiation in the listing price. And it obviously hasn't sold at 24 million. We're not saying it's worth 24. What we're saying it's worth is 17 million. What I'd also like to point out for equity, I'm sorry, what did I say?
17.
I'm sorry, 13 million. Thank you for that correction. We're not saying it's worth 24 million. We're saying it's worth approximately 13 million. Furthermore, from an equity standpoint, I just want to point out that the notice value for the subject property to the north of this property, which is Rockport Terminals, notice out at, I believe it was $77,000 an acre, thereabouts. This board ruled at approximately $60,000 an acre. We currently have the subject property at approximately $39,000 an acre. Why is that important? because that one's more developed. Okay, we recognize the lack of development that currently exists on the subject property. And I want you to think, one last thing that I would ask the board to consider. What do you think would happen if somebody offered the notice, that offered the value of 13 million to the property owner? If somebody actually came with a good faith estimate, a good faith offer of 13 million. And I want you to ask yourself how that should influence your decision moving forward from an equity standpoint and a market value standpoint. That's all we have.
Ray, you have any closing?
Yes, sir. To begin with, and this is just on a purely procedural one, I would ask everybody to recall a notice of the property. Specifically said mineral appraisal information. That is a notice to the taxpayer. I understand they've explained why they do it that way. However, that is not what this document is saying. The purpose to receive this is it is notice of mineral appraisal with no testimony about the mineral value of this property. In fact, there isn't any reliable at this point that I know of, any reliable information about mineral value. So, nor does Mojave have any mineral interest. So, there is no, as far as that, I think the notice is effective. And therefore it could not be considered. As far as the valuations that have been presented otherwise, this is all potential value. They're not showing, I mean, Mojave's been there, this property's been there for a long time at the same value. They tried to raise it last year, but that, as he's correctly said a number of times, that was because Aransas Pass had annexed the property and had placed an agricultural restriction on the property, so that it could not be used for anything other than agricultural. And what Mojave did, rather than ask for a complete elimination of any taxes, we asked that the taxes just simply be the same as it had been before. And that's what the board did last year. It is true that we no longer face Aransas Pass as improper annexation and zoning. In fact, that's, like I said, continuing the litigation, but it's really involved on their side now. But as far as the valuation that we talked about here today, this property hasn't been developed. We stated a number of reasons why the valuation couldn't be as high as it is. And also, to get to the valuation they're trying to place in this property, you're gonna have to get licenses, permitting. You're probably gonna need rail access, you're gonna need water, probably some power, another thing that had to be put out there that just aren't there yet. This requires considerable capital expenditure. So these are all things that are factored, I believe, into their appraisal as potential value for the property. But potential by definition is speculative. That's what it could be, not necessarily what it is. As it stands today, it does not have those parts in place to make it high dollar property. Now, we would like to get it in place. We also would like to sell the property. But these are things that have not happened. Even in today's market, we haven't had people banging down our door trying to get this property. And it's been out of rock, Aransas Pass. They have, like I said, they totally withdrawn their claims. And paid the attorney's fees to the state for doing it. So, it was a total wrongful action. But as we stand now, we're coming out of that, and we did not have any offers. So, really, we believe that the valuation can stay the same, because the more you get into these higher and higher numbers, the less valuable that property becomes for development or anything else. And finally, the last thing I say is the last thing the states say are that Mr. Sosa said, if we ask yourselves about what happened if there was a $13 million offer, that's pure speculation. That's pure guess as to what Mojave would do, whether someone would come in and even offer that. I submit to you that hadn't happened yet, but at least not since last year. That's all we have to say. Thank you very much.
Right, so we both the closed, so the ARB members can discuss and.
Can I ask a question? Yes, property values have gone up, but they haven't tripled, and you've only tripled the amount of value you put on this land, and I'm still going back at, if you're doing it because of an ad.
No,
Yeah, okay, so what is,
it's based on the sales.
So are you talking about from the 2.7 to the 13?
yes,
That's a great question. Let me answer the
no,
question.
she started, let's finish.
Sure, yeah.
The value that was on there is the value that the ARB placed on there last year because of the litigation, because of everything that was going on with the city of Aransas.
Right. Yeah, I understand that, but how did you, but even last year it was still.
Last year, I noticed it at the same value that's on there this year.
That's exactly right.
I remember.
That's not the question.
Okay,
So
so
I think is how did you get to the original?
how did I get to that?
Yeah, the
It
original
was
10 million.
the 13 million.
Yeah,
It was from the sales that I found. So
yeah, were triple what they had been before.
that value should have been raised
A long time ago.
a long time ago. So that was why I'm appraising it, is because those values should have been raised a long time ago. So it wasn't like I raised, yes, it got raised all in 1 year last year, but it should have been raised sometime back. And so I went out, I researched, I looked for the sales, and that was why the value got raised last year. So it wasn't like all in 1 year, here it is. It should have been raised sometime back.
I can maybe answer part of that. But I remember this case from last year. And our recollection is, basically that what they said is true. It wasn't the 13 for last year. And because of the controversy over who owned or who belonged to the county or what city it belonged to, I believe the ARB's feeling was it was very difficult to sell that property.
With that litigation.
So the previous year, it was noted all at the same price as it was last year. So in 2020, I believe it's the same as it was. in 2021. So the ARB's, and it was noted last year, it was said it was
Yes.
so we basically said, okay, we'll go back to last year's price until such time when we're going to come back again, or at least I thought it would. Sometime will get resolved and then we'll treat down into the price. Right? Am I correct?
Well, there's one point that I believe both the property owner agent and I would say in 2020, it was somewhat less. It was, and
Less than the 2 million.
no, it was around 2.7, 2.8.
That's
But that was in 20. The difference between 20 and 21 is the district said, hey, Richard, now that this is kind of an industrial big property, can you appraise this for us? We don't have the expertise, or we believe that you can help us in valuing this property. In 2021, the subject property was appraised by Pritchard and Abbott, and all of their sales are around the 13, that arrived at the 13 million. That's what was presented. Furthermore, the subject property owner, not correct me at any point, but the subject property owner last year said, hey, this, and he did testify to this today. He said, hey, last year we were under the city of Aransas Pass and they gave us an agriculture designation. And that was the big driving factor for the reduction from 13 back down to 2.7 because of what you said, that this is very difficult for us to know under the cloud. Is that a true statement?
Yeah, that was in essence, we also point out that all the appraisals and comps and everything has been done on industrial property last year rather than agricultural.
Okay, sorry.
The other thing I want to say is that a couple of things. I mean, Rockville Rail, whatever it's called, we know that at 16,000 an acre. Because it is more complete and has more attributes to it. $39,000 an acre for basically land directly below that, and I think is, considerably less than 60,000. And, you know, I'm comfortable, but a lot of it has to do with the ad, quite frankly. It's not, if they weren't still in favor of that, they would have taken it down, so.
But that ad is, that's I always see house prices as wishful thinking.
Yeah,
And then you go from there, and for us to base what we do on somebody's wishful thinking, I can wishfully think that Social Security is going to raise me $2,000 a month.
Yeah, my point is,
How do- yeah.
you don't go listen to, I mean, I don't think it's gonna start 2024, whatever it is, but it's a big difference between 13 and 4 million.
That's like fishing, you know.
We still weren't of the opinion that it was somewhere in that neighborhood. And wherever the real estate agent is, has a contract with Mojave, have this listing listed, otherwise they would take it down. So
In the description, you
the
know,
description basically says a lot of things that you aren't actually sure about. And so I'm knowing what the value of that land is, if you practically not decided for this year. I'm okay with this year's value.
I am too.
And in answer to your question about the mineral rights, I think that Melanie explained exactly why that was there, and it's from all the appraisals. It was pointed out.
Well, and he does say real industrial land.
Exactly.
It
That's
explains
the
that.
point, that it's not saying that the mineral rights on it, it was just the fact that it's something that's included normally in the appraisals.
Yes,
So we're not saying she's not.
Mhm.
saying the mineral rights. No. So that's, I think that's a non-starter. So I'm comfortable with these things, especially knowing what property that's more than this.
Well, and it also does have access to water. I mean,
Yeah.
whether they have a permit or not, it's there. And
In terms of
it
getting
said
on the
that in
railroad
the-
tracks, it's
Right.
all they're always-
I'm good with it.
Well, I had a longer list of things, let me ask. The agent, you mentioned litigation. What do you think is the proposed, and this is probably opinion in most cases, the effect of that outstanding litigation? What could happen as a result of the outstanding litigation?
As far as the property value, as far as the property itself, actually the litigation is all now, Mojave brought the litigation, so at this point, nothing will impact the property values. As it stands in the question, but yes, we're actually seeking to recover expensive attorney fees and damages for what they did.
But somebody considering purchasing this property now, they're gonna have to take into consideration what's already been passed. And there's no.
Yes,
moral
there's
situation,
right.
oh, this property cannot be.
Right, Aransas passed to not control the property anymore. They're not.
So it's ready to be developed at once.
They were trying to stop, apparently there used to be a plant out there on the Rockport terminals thing, and they were using it as a launch. They were gonna try to clean up the coast, and they were trying to basically trying to do an eminent domain procedure, without paying for it.
You're trying to recoup your expenses.
One part, yes, and then the damages, which, having this property pretty much rented for being on the market for 3 years.
Okay, so,
They won't, at least, to answer your question, there's, as far as this lawsuit goes, it won't impact the property value.
thank you. So the other factors that I heard that I wrote down is questions revolving around the rail access and questions revolving around the water, not necessarily clearly there appears to be access to it. There's a water line going through the property, but there possibly could be permitting issues or the ability to actually connect. Just don't know.
Right.
And however, having said that, the listing, yeah, it runs counter to all that.
Line there, one they can tap into, yeah, that would be a tap expense. of some sort, like they would.
And that would be income.
I understand, and normally that would be the case, okay, we just don't know.
Right.
Okay, and so that's just a question. I do look at, okay, so again, the listing runs counter to the things that I just talked about. I do look at or I did observe the Rockport Terminals situation just north of there, and it's, considerably higher value per acre, fewer number of acres, but again, we recognize that that's developed, okay, to some extent. We're in the process of being developed. So having said all that, and I know Joanne was focused a little, or at least talked a little about prior appraised value. If I was going to consider any kind of reduction, the question becomes one, well, how much? What's the effect of rail access, potentially not having rail access, and potentially, rightfully or wrongly, not being able to get the water permitted? I don't know.
But I don't think we should necessarily assume
That they won't.
problem.
We don't, but you don't know if there's, we don't know that it isn't going to be a problem, right? So you're correct in that you can't say it is a problem or it isn't
It
a
is.
problem, okay?
So how much is that worth?
I don't know, I can't say, all right? So, I mean, my only thing, if I were just gonna throw numbers out there, is looking at Rockport Terminals at 60,000 an acre developed. Looking at this at 38, almost 39,000 an acre, undeveloped, the potential for some possible issues. You know, I might, the number I just wrote down, I can't stand on it, would be 30,000 an acre, all right? So I said that, you know, that's $1,062,000. Y'all can throw darts, I can't defend it.
You're saying you're thinking more for 60,000.
It turns out that that's what it is. It also turns out that I was trying to come off of 39 and trying to figure out, you know, what's a number that I can come off of 39 and still have a reasonable, in comparison to the prior year, right? Which had, I wrote it down someplace. What it came out to an acre at 2.8 million.
I don't believe we go there.
I know, so I'm playing all those together, right, which is what it was per acre, what is proposed in the notice value, what is a possible data point that I threw out at 30,000 an acre, and looking at Rockport Terminals on north to.
But I don't think you can assess the property on what might happen.
We're
Might not
assessing it
happen.
on what they might sell it for.
It's an effect, it's an effect you can't quantify, all right?
Well, in the proof was the 39,000 per acre. Is what they came up with.
Right, but that also didn't necessarily include any possible potential issues to deal with.
Has anyone even looked at this property? Have they done a study or?
I don't think since the annexation procedure, we did have a potential, there was negotiations going on right before the annexation began. And then the public announcement of the annexation before it. And since then, I'm not aware of any offers at all.
I don't think this kind of property offers money.
No.
No, but just even.
We would love to. do
Yeah.
I'm gonna say what it's worth. There was no evidence brought that there's not rail service to the property. There was no evidence brought that there's no water service to the property. So I'm gonna stand on the district's 13,787,000.
I agree with that.
Okay.
I'll make a motion now in favor of the 2022
2022-2034, account 8826660. But after hearing, information from both the property owner agent and district and district monitor, that address Q1, Q2, Q5, and Q12, that the appraisal review board's opinion is that the currently noted value of $13,787. We started at $13,787,040.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, now I want to make sure that we also address,
We
Oh, I'm sorry.
talked about the ag value, we talked about the,
the minerals thing.
minerals and stuff like
Okay, fine.
Yes.
Okay, I think that closes this hearing. Fred, you understand the value that you're right there?
Y'all gonna send me a letter with this or?
Yeah, there'll be a determination order that will get mailed. That goes to all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
for your time. Thank you.
Thanks.
That's our job.
You know,
It takes long sometimes.
This one has been a long road. And I've been one of a lot of it.
Thank you very much.
Me too, but, yeah, no, I.
Yes, again. Who knows? I might.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
1:30.
So,
I need to take. That's great.
Well, we have Carrie Arrington's here for letters to be read. You read the letter last Friday.
Right.
So she was thinking you would maybe read it now and she wanted to be here if you did.
Who is she?
Carrie Arrington, she wanted the letter.
Oh, you need to discuss.
Yeah, I'd like to discuss it. Well, we do it in open meeting format.
I know, okay, go ahead.
So we may want Mike in here on
Yeah,
this. If y'all want to take a quick break.
yeah, let's take a break.
Which one do you see?
Well, I used to.
I used to be a smoker, I mean, long time ago. And it was. I should have. When I was in the teen.
I did for 13
I'm so
years.
cool. You know what was fun?
It's my talking to.
He is to the attorney.
When we took this gentleman out to eat yesterday for breakfast, the lady sitting right next to us had she had her toes done and they were a really bright pink, and he said, "Those are pretty toenails." I was like, man, we always do things like
His vision's
that.
good.
Vision is good. I know.
We were what was supposed to be a pink, and turned out I'm not sure what. In the sunlight, it doesn't look that good.
I thought that was so cute when you said that. 95, and you still noticing it. Is that coffee?
That's the end of it.
Oh, we got one.
Yeah.
Let me get it for you.
Ned drink.
Dr. Pepper.
Are you doubt, are you like Nick Chosen?
He's actually has her own diet.
I'm dying.
Yeah, I'm dying too.
My niece, both Pepsi drinkers, they will not touch Coke. And it has to be in a bottle.
Oh,
I can't. But I mean, they're dying of thirst and often you're at a place where they need to serve Pepsi or they serve Coke. They won't drink it. Has to be, so, and they're, I can't tell the difference, number one.
I
And
can't
it
Pepsi.
couldn't,
I
and it
don't-
couldn't be diet either.
my mother used to love this.
Oh, well, the
That's all she
difference
drank.
between the diet and the regular Coke, at least, and I know Pepsi is the same way, because I've tried it. It's very different.
Yeah.
Apparently better yet is fountain Pepsi.
Oh, okay.
Fountain Diet Dr. Pepper is even better.
Yes, yeah.
We all had
And
syrup.
McDonald's has the best Coke.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're Coke. I don't know, I guess it's because they buy it in such big amounts, but it is really the top people will tell you, oh, I go.
I used to know, I got it all the time. And then I got a kidney stone and that cured me for it.
So far, so good.
So that's like. Because
But I'm down.
So cute.
Yeah,
And the doctor told me that I was dehydrated, so I dehydrated myself. and drink most.
it's the salt and the oil.
So, occasionally Tom would get a break.
I'm not
It's
full of it.
It's all, I hope. So there's a lot.
So pull it over here.
Oh. It's funny.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, you did something. Where was I
They probably are sitting there. But you don't have one.
That's funny. That is.
No, the funniest is in the wrong. Somebody had mixed up the recipe, chicken company that had Coca-Cola, tastes exactly like Pepsi. The Pepsi company tasted exactly like Coca-Cola. I wouldn't know the difference. I can't tell them to be diet and regular.
Yeah.
I'm just not into that,
Well, I just remember my mom, oh, she loved Pensacola. Oh, she loved it.
For a while there, especially in Texas, it was Texacola was coming.
Yeah.
Dr. Pepper, because I can remember being in Texas, Dallas.
Yes, you know.
Well,
Joan
Joe was too,
Crawford
because,
married to the Pensacola president, Joan Crawford.
Yes. She was home to the owner,
Mommy.
and when he died, she inherited.
When it, yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
She's not alive.
no.
No.
she- But that movie, that book, I read Mommy Dearest, the book, and we talked about her being married to that man.
Who would up with all the money?
I don't know, because I
That
think
is-
she disinherited her children.
She
didn't
did.
like her
She had
kids.
two adopted, I think,
Yeah,
and
her
she
son
inherited both of them.
She was a piece of work.
She was. She was.
Well, if you go back and listen to her family history as a child, God, you can't
Yeah,
imagine she functioned as one.
really.
She's a good actor. Yeah, she was. When I was at school in Denton, Texas, that was the research site, part of the research area for Coca-Cola. So our dorm container for Coke Cokes and everything had all these odd kinds of things, and they sold it for 10 cents a bottle. And that's how they did their research.
That was before they came up with all the cherry Coke, cherry Pepsi.
That's when, yeah, we had Apple Coke and we
Oh my
had
God.
green, just roller
Do
slave.
you remember Tad?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
That was probably the first sugar-free.
Oh, I didn't. Fruit diet sodas came out.
We're telling our age.
All, yeah, and they had cherry and all the flavors. Oh my God.
For diet.
Like, they're not around anymore. I can't even remember what they were called. I can see them, but.
You, my doctor did tell me if I ever got a soda to drink, either 7-Up or Sprite, because it does have a lot of
It has less salt in it
lemon and less salt in it.
and lemons and diuretic, so. Always help.
Yeah.
If you lose water like that, you lose.
Oh,
Ooh, that's low.
that's done with caffeine.
Yeah, that outdoes Coke. Yeah, but that-
A lot of caffeine.
yeah.
I know it.
A lot of carbs,
I think it's,
a lot of carbohydrates.
yeah, and I think it's the caffeine is higher than coffee.
Oh, it's a bunch, yeah.
It's huge. Well, he's never been down, so you can't.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Vendors and so on, so, and I guess that will be back in, we were taking a
Little break.
break.
Yeah, that last lawsuit that he was talking about, in which they have there's going back at the city. But the damage is what they said, for the ag in which they try to impose on that property. Like they were trying to say with ag, the use of the zoning. And saying that they're going after them, they're trying to get after them, so, I don't know. The property owner, or that property owner attorney, they got a lawsuit against them.
I can never-
It's a matter of, but anyway.
Okay.
We don't have anything going on. Oh, we have a letter.
At 1:30, we have several affidavits, and then at 3:00 a phone hearing.
Nothing at 10 or maybe once this morning.
Correct, right. The business said for sure.
So to read the letter that was read last week, we would have to go to July 14th,
Oh, go to just go to the,
letter to be read.
yes,
Oh, letter to be read, but no ruling made.
right.
That's-
So if we're ready to do that, I can ask Carrie to come on in. Yeah, sure. Right.
Can you print a copy of that letter for everybody?
Yeah.
No, okay.
Where is the one?
It's
Under-
called letter to be read with no ruling made.
Where?
So just go back to the main, right there.
There is a correction we need to make on.
Okay,
A correction,
The 18th is today.
okay.
the, there's a couple of different things. First of all, this is your ruling as the ARB. And then secondarily, procedurally, did you want to listen to the hearing prior to, or was that able to be done by everybody? Or would you like to do it now in?
It is, okay, the
Okay, good.
letters to be read. Letters already read. Oh, been read. Okay. So as it was mentioned, what we are addressing is whether the letter addresses good cause to grant a late hearing. That's it. Okay?
Right.
And we focus on the letter itself, okay?
Does, are you, we're in an open meeting, and Mrs. Arrington is here. Would you like her to be present?
She certainly can come in, yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. It's just that I didn't know.
And whether or not, well, okay, because at some point it may.
Yeah, it's an open meeting. Anybody can come.
Yeah, she's certainly.
You can have a seat there. You can sit here anywhere.
For letting me come in. I guess it's an open meeting, but I wanted to be sure I was here during the reading of anything that goes on with my letter of record, because when I listened on Thursday, someone turned off the volume, so I couldn't hear what was going on.
Okay, so is it necessary to reread the letter, or have you all? Okay, all right. So in addressing the letter itself, there were several things, and okay, so let me explain what transpired. After our hearing Thursday, I did consult with our attorney and then did some research myself.
It was suggested, and I communicated individually to all of you that between Thursday and today, that you not go in and listen to any of the replay. And one of the things that I'll also address in the stuff that I'll talk about is we don't know what possible hearings may still be on tap for properties in this neighborhood. Okay, so I've taken care and caution to deal with the information that I'm going to give you, as well as what will be said, so that it doesn't put you guys in a position of not being able to participate in those hearings. Okay, i.e. having heard stuff ahead of time relative to a process that may occur in the future. Okay. So here's what I did in my analysis. And you guys can pass those around. In the letter, there is several references to the fact that the neighborhood was increased, that the appraisals in the neighborhood was increased 20%. And what you see in the information is appraisal information that I extracted from the ACAD's property search function on their website, which shows the appraised values of all of the properties in that neighborhood. And what you'll see there is that the 2022 appraisals did not increase 20%. There was one property that prior to the ARB hearing did increase 20%. But the other properties in the neighborhood generally did not increase 20%. Now, where 20% came from, I don't know. There may have been some speculation, and in fact, on the property card, the neighborhood adjustment is 150%. I don't know what the prior value was. That information isn't available from the district's website and property search function. Okay. The other thing to note is well, it doesn't matter.
Are we just looking at the top of this portion?
Yeah.
Well, I included basically two sections. And the only difference between the two sections, the top and the bottom, is the fact that the top references the property at 114 Boardwalk that we did rule on July 5th.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Like
yes,
this?
I'm sorry.
Which was originally appraised at 465. That was the noticed value that was submitted or sent from the appraisal district to the property, 465. Even recognizing that, as we heard that hearing, there were other factors that might have come into play in terms of the district's evidence for
They have the highest.
it did have the highest increase, okay? Well, and without going into specifics on the others, there were some other high hitters in the neighborhood, increases between 2021 and 2022. One of them was obvious, and again, all I looked at was the information I could get from the appraisal district's property search function on the website. The last one, which was the 1.5 million, increased 42%. However, in looking at that publicly available information, there was a change in the class code of the property, which would lend one to believe that maybe there was construction going on and that was incomplete. I don't know. Okay, but that does could potentially justify the 42% going from 21 to 22. The bottom section is just the exact same information with a minor change on 114 boardwalk to reflect the 435, which was the appraisal, the ruling that the appraisal district, the ARB reached on July 5th. So to summarize, what you see here is first, the references to 20% for the neighborhood doesn't appear to be correct. Even the references, and I'm looking here at the letter, where the statement is that we're the equity in me being stuck with this 20% higher value. Well, clearly, the person who wrote the letter, Ms. Arrington, didn't increase 20%. Right. And 110, the increase was 11.76%. And whether or not it's a factor, there are a number of the properties that had homestead exemptions as well. So even saying 20% when it was 11.76, it really wasn't even 11.76, it was 10% for the assessed value because of the effect of homesteading. You can see the percentage values that I summarized for each of the two sections, 15.72 across the whole neighborhood. That's even including the higher valued increased property. Or 15.06, considering the 114 boardwalk, where 114 went from 19.93 appraised in 2022 down to 12.08, based on the board ruling on July 5th, which was a 6.5% decrease. Okay. And whether or not that, even 12%, you might say, is that enough to get somebody's attention?
I would say which property on yours is the same.
It's the one that
The one that's highlighted on.
Yeah, it's 110.
Do you have an extra one of those things?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
You might want to give it to Ms. Arrington.
Oh, okay.
To follow along.
I didn't know what to do with one song.
So whether or not the supposition that the appraisal and the process that was gone through in the district's evidence sale grid of taking the sale price, the verified sale price of 114 had an effect on the neighborhood, which according to the replay, it was stated
114.
514,
Okay.
sorry. 114 is the address.
Oh, okay, I got you.
514 was the verified sale
Yes.
now.
I was confused.
There was some mention by the district in their evidence presentation about the effect of that. However, having said that, it certainly doesn't appear to have affected the whole neighborhood to the extent that the letter writer might have believed in thinking the 20% increase across the neighborhood. And of course, the effect on the letter writer's property itself. So, irregardless of dealing with the handling of the 114 property, the suppositions in the letter as factors on whether or not to grant a late hearing would seem to be at issue because of the references to the 20%. So in talking with the attorney and presentation, my discussions with her about how to potentially proceed, my recommendation, and also I will tell you that because I had this discussion with the attorney as well, rightly or wrongly, a majority of the ARBs that she deals with, the handling of letters is done solely by the board chairman. And the board doesn't necessarily get involved in any of those decisions. I said that's typically not how we do it. Plus, I personally like a level of transparency with respect to how we deal with these letters and issues that come up on in terms of determining good cause. Okay. So my recommendation is that the request for a late protest be denied due to failure to show good cause. I'll pass these around, which is the proposed letter that I think there's 5 of them.
I'll show you.
Make sure you come to this area to get a copy.
And I'll just read the proposed letter. Writing to inform you that your request to be heard on a late protest is denied due to failure to show good cause. Our review of the available information, including the hearing you referenced in your letter and the data for the entire neighborhood, does not indicate that the entire neighborhood was increased by 20% based on the sale you mentioned. Instead, it appears that the appraised values on 10 of the 12 properties, and the reason I did 10 as opposed to all of them, was because of the 2 larger ones, which I didn't have enough information to say why they had gone up as much. But in any case, the appraised values on 10 of the 12 properties, including your property and the property you referenced, changed by between 3.5% to 14.8%. That's an average of 11.4% on those 10 properties. Thus, the information does not show good cause for your failure to timely protest. So again, we are just ruling on the request in the letter to grant a late hearing to protest. So that's
Do I
all.
get to say anything?
At this point, you're welcome to make some comments. You cannot offer any evidence per se because your letter is
Sure.
your evidence. Okay?
Sure. And I may have made a mathematical error in the 20%. But if you look at the recording that happened with my neighbor's property on the 5th, that their property was stated was the sole reason that my neighborhood went up. It was the only sale in the neighborhood. So my property should have stayed as it was. And
Your property.
everybody's property in the neighborhood should have stayed as it was, except for the people. I mean, if you're throwing out the reason for the increase for that person, then it occurs to me that it being the thing that caused everybody's property to go up, if you're throwing it out for that person, then you should throw it out for the rest of the neighborhood.
Yeah, we don't, okay, so I understand what you're saying. And
I
don't
wouldn't
know.
have had the reason to protest or late protest or try to. You all created the reason on the 5th of July. Does that make sense?
You can say that, and I don't refute or disagree with some of the things you said, but the real challenge that we're faced with, and the issue here is your letter. What's in your letter? And whether or not the information in your letter is sufficient to justify or to have good cause for granting a late hearing.
If you took out the 20% and just said some percentage.
It doesn't matter because your letter is your letter. It's what you submitted. And you may try and indicate that you made a mistake, the math was incorrect, whatever the case might be. And that may be the case, all right? What we are ruling on, what we are making a decision on is the letter that you submitted and using that as the justification for good cause to grant a late hearing. And based on the information in your letter that you submitted, it doesn't. Now, having said that,
Usually the district, I mean, it's absolutely your decision.
and it's not, and I'm sorry, where are you going to go? Because to be honest, your opinion is interesting, but it has no bearing on our decision of dealing with the letter. Okay?
Okay. So would you like me to make the statement or not? It's absolutely the ARB's decision whether to grant on good cause basis. And whether what I say may be interesting, may not. I had a question in regard to your conversation with the attorney, which you have attorney-client privilege, and you don't have to indicate the reason why. Because this was brought to light, I'll say this as a generality. You are presented with letters many times for which I sit in this chair or here as a district representative, and I have an opinion about the claim associated with the letter. And the district will say the district does not believe that this constitutes good cause, and I'll say a couple little things and I'll just be quiet. Or I do, like it might be a medical claim, and I say, yeah, it seems like that's a good cause, and you still make your decision. The ARB still makes their decision. In this case, it had to do with a claim of what was said on that day. And my question is
That's not true, Mike. The claim is not in the letter about what was said on that day in terms of.
I believe that it was though. Where did the equity in mine ever be instead with a higher when the ARB decided that the value to raise it should be quote thrown out? That's what was brought to thing. So much so that I had to listen to I wasn't here that day.
Right.
I mean, I was here that day, but I didn't represent the district.
But the fact is that irregardless of whether the property increased or not, the factors that were identified as a 20% increase in the neighborhood was not correct.
I
And
agree.
that's the basis
In my-
upon which the decision.
My interesting comment is that I agree with your sentiment in that regard to the mathematical claim. I agree with that.
Yeah.
And I think that the property owner who wrote the letter has indicated that that be factually incorrect and that you brought that to light. But this was, the fact is that I wasn't present. And so I went and I listened to it. My question was, and again, you don't have to answer because you have attorney-client privilege. But I had to listen to it. I had to go through and, I had a timeline put together. I'm not a court reporter, but I had to listen to what I could disseminate, who said what said, at what timestamp. Now, I don't disagree on the basis of I don't disagree with the ARB chairman's statement that it constitutes good cause, but it doesn't alleviate the fact that a property owner brings you something that warrants discussion or at least future thoughtfulness as it relates to a hearing proceeding. And I believe, I'm not speaking for the property owner agent, but having listened to, because I had to go through and listen to, and, Val can testify to this, that I was in my office on Friday morning, almost the entire morning, listening to and re-listening to and putting this thing together. But again, the attorney said, don't listen to this again. I'm confused by that.
The attorney said for them not to listen to it.
Right. And-
I listened to it.
But it was a public meeting, so the question was, why? Like, you don't have to answer that. I'm just saying, why would she not want to, for the rest of the ARB to listen to a case that was already in public meeting for which they were present, with the exception of Kathy?
Yeah.
I think he explained that.
I think he did.
The president.
The president
wants
makes
to
the
be in
decision.
the letter.
And her concern was that not knowing where things might proceed in the future with other hearings related to that property, that there was no value provided by having the rest of the ARB members listen to that.
Thank you for that.
Okay,
With that, I'll be quiet. It lies in the chair, it lies in the chair's decision and or the ARB's decision to grant, whether or not to grant.
sure, okay, and,
But can I just add something?
yeah, go ahead.
I think that what was stated in the meeting, and I wasn't here, I'm just reading what, here's some information that's stated here that's not necessarily correct, i.e. the 20%. I think that what Scott has presented here is to show that that's not the case. There are mostly 10%, 12%. Actually, the property of the protest had 19.93%. So it wasn't 20, and it got lower to about what everybody else is saying. So I'm just pointing that out because I wasn't here, so that I found this most interesting, but Scott is correct, and then what we're replying to is giving you more correct information, number one, and number two, answering what you were asking for and what.
It's challenging when if you were to have watched and listened to
I understand
the
that.
recording, what was said in terms of if we throw this out based on, whatever we've raised on your verified sale, and the person sitting, I believe, with the district who was in the chair at the end talked about that they had raised the property values based on this particular sale.
Yeah.
And, like I said,
I understand.
I may have gotten the percentage incorrect, but I think maybe there's the idea of there's this little piece of it that's incorrect, but the gist, the bigger piece, while I gave the math incorrectly, the gist of it hangs true, is that because of the sale of 114, that my neighborhood
We
experienced
don't
an
know.
increase.
We don't know, and it wasn't
And
investigated.
the house at 114, their verified sale of their property was disregarded.
Yeah, we don't know, and it wasn't investigated, what the effect of that sale was. There
It
is
wasn't said over and over in the meeting by
there
the
was a,
district person.
in the conference or in the hearing, there was discussion that said it had an influence. We don't know what that influence was, okay? And not only do we not know what the influence was, the actual noticed value was not the sale value,
Right.
okay, of 514. The actual noticed value was 465. And we didn't know, we didn't question why or how the district arrived at that value of 465 versus the verified sale value. Okay, all we know is that the verified sale value was in the sales grid as a data point for the comps that were presented. Okay, the other comps in the sales grid were interesting as well. So all of this, having said all this, I understand, and again, we don't know if that sale had not been considered or if it was different, what the effect on the appraisals in that neighborhood would have been. We just don't know.
I believe the gentleman said several times that, and that was the only sale in my neighborhood.
That doesn't necessarily mean that none of the appraisals would have increased. Okay. They may have increased, they may have not increased. Okay, it may have just been depreciated value. All of this is interesting, and I want to focus on the letter, okay, which is what we are dealing with. And Mike has indicated their input and opinion in other letters becomes one of where there are questions of what constitutes good cause. And we don't, in many cases, there's a very well-defined list of things that constitute good cause. In other cases, like this one, we've had another one previously in this ARB season, where there are a number of factors that require some more attention, some more research, some more consideration, and so on. And so looking at the letter and trying to determine the factors that were identified contributing to good cause, we didn't find it. Or at least I didn't, in particular, based on the statements of the 20% and the fact that the rest of the neighborhood didn't increase by a lot. So
People do listen to your recordings
And
and
that's-
watch
that's
the
great.
YouTube, and the things that are said in those meetings, you kind of take them at the value that, you know, they're saying this, and, you know, I don't understand how it can't be good cause if in the meeting itself numerous times was stated the neighborhood went up and was stated that you're throwing out that sale for that particular property owner. I mean, I don't begrudge that property owner. I say, woo-hoo, good for them. But, you know, should my property go up because of their sale, and then they're not even getting the ramification of their own sale?
okay, I don't have anything else to offer.
Well, we need to make.
Do we need to make a motion?
It technically you can, although
It's yours.
according to the lawyer, it's my letter to send, and unless there was some major disconsent or major disapproval.
Essentially.
Yeah,
I'm fine with it.
okay. We appreciate your time.
As the district representative, just and ARB and in the past demonstrated an ability, for what's called a property owner's motion to correct the 25-25. Your burden then shifts that you would have to prove that your value was off by more than 1/4 for a homestead property. So that's still available as a future remedy for you as a property owner. And the board has had similar language with similar people, you know, like anybody that has a petition and they still have a remedy under section 41 of the property tax code. Once you've made your plea in the letter format and you've had a decision, which it appears that you have, then your only future remedy is under section 25 of the property tax code. But I wanted to mention that in open meeting so that it's been, information has been disseminated. I understand your letter.
Thank you. I'm glad you understand my letter.
Okay, thanks. So I believe that we don't have anything until 1:30, is that correct?
Correct, we have, by affidavit only. I believe we have 6 properties.
Right, at 1:30,
Yes, it's on the 130 document.
okay.
Sometimes we start those early if y'all want to keep going on them, if they're property owners or the agents indicated it's not gonna
Checking.
be present for the hearing.
Can we do this? I mean, is it too late? I guess we're getting ready.
It probably, since the post,
Why don't we just come back at 1:30?
yeah. Plus the posted meeting notice, it does
Yeah.
show the property owner, the properties that,
Good point.
At 1:30.
Yeah.
So it's a big property at 1:30 and one
I want it 6 or 7, yeah, in one.
1 and 3 is a phone call.
That's what they've indicated.
7 at 1:30 and then 1 at 3.
Oh, okay, 7 properties.
I mean,
You just know.
okay.
Thank you.
If that's okay, I mean, I don't.
But they had a computer, so they could disappear.
okay. And lastly, just to be totally
Totally what?
pure,
You are, okay.
I'd like to collect these so that,
Yes, sir.
I did make, again, I made a point to not include properties, property
Addresses.
IDs.
Yeah.
Or addresses. Perfect.
Good.
That way, should something come up.
So what about this?
Do you want the deeds back or we?
The letter itself is okay. Okay, because that's-
We don't need a letter.
I don't need.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now,
I'll need a copy.
Yeah,
sharing
I'll,
it.
I'll email you a copy so you can get it into the.
A signed
into the
copy.
system.
What about this?
Thank you. How is the percentage doing on the tablets? Do we plug those in?
78.
Oh, I'm at 74.
Probably.
If I power it down, that'd be all right.
Yeah, I need to throw them out.
These aren't refillable, I don't think.
No, they're not.
No.
They're just.
What do you know?
So
They
you can
told,
use it as a dart.
they told me that it was supposed to last all. But this is my second one also. I'll do,
When I go home at night, I can watch TV, I take that pen.
I'll do
and I just draw a circle. So I use them. So
I'll
I mean,
leave mine
So
here.
your whole hobby at night is doing.
That they're almost-
I have to get to a more exciting life.
All right, I will see y'all at 1:30.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okey doke.
I'll see you all at 1:30.
Thanks.
You're wearing that hat.
No. You ought to see my hair. You want me to.
Okay. You're gonna go home.
Yeah, I think I'm going to.
Nice soup.
Morning.
very well. But it says. Okay. Whoa. Yeah, and we don't, we don't, copy it. Well, I'll tell you what, we have to go to. Okay. Would you
Okay, it will be on the. It's never repeated.
A rendition Yes. Failure to timely file. However, what is the property I Big brain problem. Okay. Okay, so Miss Lucy is the phone. Well, okay, I get it. All right, so here's what's happening. Every year, anybody with business property. file for eviction. And there hasn't been one filed since 2007. Well, I don't know, because I will say that they have not paid their the personal property tax. So, I don't know exactly what you know, but every single year. There has been so it runs around. Her name on the if she is far as you know, because is that both still operating?
All right, appreciate it.
There's nothing in her thing that says but she can just file it. If you go first on the personal property. Now, it stops. The will. The back. Everything that We are at 11. Business, highway, 35, north. Business. Side, highway, Yeah. There was somebody here before, but I was the only one here. He decided not to. Yes, thank you so much. I'll be right there.
That's been cool in here.
Your evidence.
Yes, ma'am. But I just need to get it. I simple.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, yeah.
What's your name?
1009. Oh, sorry.
St. John.
Oh, St. John. It's plural. 196 is SAID.
Well, since it is a Steve, John.
Okay. No, these say, no, it's.
You are this person.
Well, it's that one. No, I probably, the email me tomorrow. That's one of the students. But then, my other question is, you know, when I submitted, I filled out this form. Is that form already still in the system? Okay. I would need to fill out this. Yeah. Okay. That looks so close. It's just right here, right? Okay. And then, yes, ma'am.
So,
Oh, I am. There, yes. Oh, I would. I need to still be around fast. For, yeah. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Great day.
Take my own back. I would like. I would- You want it? No. I'm like, oh. Hey, Jeff. It's going.
How are you doing? Good. Much better than you. He's a vicious.
She'll take 5 minutes, I'll take you one. Wow, let's see what they can get there first. It depends. It depends. Okay.
Hello.
Hi. Whoa.
Good lunch.
Yeah, I went home and made a salad, but I got my grocery shopping done. Good for you. I hate to cook lunch. I love going to eat. Oh, God. Oh, better when you have money. I love the shopping I do. It's putting it in the car, getting it out of the car, putting it away. Oh, the putting away part, yes, yeah. It means I have to clean the refrigerator. I have everything. Love it. I mean, it's so good. They should have been either 11:30.
Who does the
They
delivery?
text you if you can, something on your list isn't available, like by substitute or whatever. Or I can't get it. Yeah, they're great.
That's HEB.
I haven't been to up to town all over.
Well, if they move things around one more time, I may start doing that.
My husband used to do all the shopping. I just never went.
That moving of things around inside.
I realize that, but you know,
I don't mind if they move certain aisles once in a while.
they don't move the whole while, just.
Watch that,
They want you to walk every hour. I enjoy going.
Yeah, a lot of people do. I mean, it's like I ended up with stuff I didn't need. I also.
And I forget the things I did need because I have this big cabinet where, you know,
Right.
so then I have to go back a second.
But there is a store map as you enter with a little small basket store.
And
There's a store map there that shows you where to do that.
You can map it out.
You just walk down the aisle.
what was it? Oh, chocolate sauce the other day.
Chocolate sauce.
I can't even remember the logic for what it was, but it wasn't where. And no, that's the ice cream sauce, but just the bottles of like Hershey syrup and stuff.
Oh, that's not what it is.
No, that's another place.
I don't know, it's not allowed in my house.
Oh, it's there. My husband used to-
Actually, of the three, I think they carry 3 brands. The HEB brand is the best.
HEB brands are good.
And it doesn't have corn syrup in it, which is one of my biggest. That's really strong. Because corn syrup, with corn syrup, you don't have to put as much chocolate in to get the flavor. So they put it on the cocoa and put the corn syrup in. But it becomes chocolate. I don't know.
Tell you what, the other there, something like
You could live in.
oh my God.
Well, yeah, just time it right, didn't you have it? The wine and the food and the.
I live in Dallas. Oh my God, it's all wonderful things that are already there and it's just awesome.
The one in San Antonio is 4 levels.
It really
Yes. You know,
I tried to get up, yeah, it's really hard.
there's elevators or,
I can get your card on there. I mean,
you put an elevator and go up.
no, that's.
No, they have an elevator.
I'll give you one.
Probably the big industrial kinds of things. Is it the same thing?
Yes.
Oh,
Oh, did I hand?
these aren't, no, I'm just saying, is this what's on here?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
yeah, this is just, for the swearing, we'll swear in all at once.
Oh, I love it when you do that. In the 1700s now. I grew up in the 1700s. And they started with one, right?
Too far back.
Yes.
We have, let's say, we almost have 2,400 cases.
So, Well,
Left,
Not left.
We're gonna be here till October.
are we? I'm out of here. First week.
What?
I mean, last year, we heard 795 cases.
Oh, wow.
There were slightly fewer number of protests filed, if I recall the numbers.
But more attended.
Last,
Yeah.
to,
I don't know.
I can't really say, yeah. it's pretty close.
We have lots of meetings this year.
And
They could.
so far, I think we've heard a little over 400.
We were last year.
We finished right before, August 26th was our last day of hearing last year.
I think it'll be the same this year.
We're hoping maybe a little early.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't want to jinx anything.
We will hold it.
That's right, we won't, as long as I'm out of here the first week in October.
When we have letters already read.
That's what we're looking at.
We just move them now once it's done, but we do have another letter. We have time to do. If we're still doing, are we still doing that protocol or are you just gonna? Yeah,
Oh, no, we can bring them in.
okay. I'm not sure where, what happened to Scott?
With me. Oh, 1:30.
July 15th. You would finish on that. Now you gotta go back.
18.
Help me.
Yeah.
Easy for you to say, huh? Oops.
Come on.
Normally there's a few copies. One to go with the affidavit, one to go with.
Oh. I don't know.
Do you have another copy of the? Perfect. Thanks.
And we're doing the 18th, right?
Yes. 1:30.
And it was 1:30. I think I'm putting that in.
It won't last. Yeah, we'll ask you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I guess I should get mine. Script. Yeah, we'll do it.
Also case number one.
We'll do it in case number order, if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay, we're commencing a series of hearings by affidavit. I'll announce each hearing as we go into it. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube and is this all from the same agent?
Yes, it is. Oh, well.
And we'll assume for the moment that it's just Q1, Q2.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. So we'll double check just to make sure they're probably all the same protest codes.
On the sheet there, one, two.
Does it? Yeah. Okay. All right, we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the case, the protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has a right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.0 45H, it is assumed that all written material and evidence has been provided with the affidavit. The ARB members who are considering these protests have not communicated with anyone about the protests and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F relating to case number 2022-1753, 1755, 56, 1768, 1769, 1770, and 1772.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code 41.66 F, numbers 2022, 1753, 1755, 1756, 1758, 1770, and 1772.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F related to case numbers 2022, 1753, 1755, 1756, 1768, 1769, 1770, and 1772.
I, Ron Kennedy, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F related to case ID 2022-1753, 1755, 1756, 1768, 1769, 1770, and 1772.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F regarding case numbers 1753, 1755, 1756, 1768, 1769, 1770, 1772.
All testimony from all witnesses will be given under oath.
Scott Arrington, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct regarding case number 1753, 1755, 1756, 1768, 1769, 1770, and 1772.
Okay, so we're opening the hearing on case ID 2022-1753. Account number 20879, 35 Bel Air Drive in Holiday Beach.
I'll read the property owner's affidavit of evidence into the record. Property owner, section 1 is James Carson Jennings. The property or the owner's address is 35 Bel Air Drive, Holiday Beach, Rockport, Texas. The telephone number is 512-817-0767. The email is tx@ownwell.com. The property description is 35 Bel Air Drive, Holiday Beach, Rockport, Texas. And the reasons for protest are incorrect appraised market value and or values unequal with properties. The evidence is one packet. The statement of factual arguments is we have determined the market and equity values for the subject property represent an overvaluation utilizing industry recognized valuation methods. In accordance with section 41.43A, a protest should be ruled in the property owner's favor as the appraisal district has failed to establish the value of the property by a preponderance of the evidence. See attached evidence packet for further information. And then there's no hearing type, and then the signature in Brennan Perry Ownwell, signed in Harris County, and it is notarized by Mia Copeland, and there isn't an evidence packet that I see. So I'll move on to the district's evidence. The property had a value of $269,940 last year. The card for the property, $403,440 is what's on the property this year. District has on the property. There's a neighborhood adjustment on this for the Bel Air Bay neighborhood. Spectrometry of this. I'll go ahead and show you the spectrometry back up a little bit so y'all can see where this property is. It is on Bel Air, kind of curve on Bel Air, about halfway down. On sales, the first sale is on Bel Air and it sold in 2021, $427,000. And it's half class better. It is the exact same square feet, and it is 15 effective years better, newer than the subject. It comes out to 439,181. Second comp was sold in November of 2021, sold for $356,000. It's a little bit better, it's one better class. It's 200 square feet bigger, and it's 13 years newer. Comes out to $484,000. The next one is on Sailfish. And, sold for $359,000. The land adjustment on this one's on a canal. There's a one class better. It's 450 square feet bigger and 8 years newer. Comes out to $409,000. The median sales comp is $439,181, which well supports the $403,000 that the district has on the property. Next, the equity comps. These are not necessarily sales, but they're similar like properties. First one is on Bel Air on the bay side, and it is a half class lower, same square footage, 2 years newer, comes out to $397,000. Second one is a half class higher, same size, 15 years newer, comes out to 406. And the last one is on Palmetto Point, and it is the same class, slightly smaller, and 7 years newer, comes out to 397, for a median equity value of 397 on a 403 market value, indicating that the district is a little high by about $6,000 in the property. That's all.
Actually.
No, 397.
I'm sorry, 397.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, case ID 2022-1753, account 20879, addressing Q1 and Q2. It's the opinion of the credit review board that currently on a value of $403,400, which to be lowered to $397,700.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Close the hearing. Open the hearing on case ID 2022-1755. Account number 25104, which is 41 Curlew. The Allegro.
Read the property owner's affidavit of evidence into the record. The property owner is William Pugh Family Properties LLC. Address 41 Curly Drive, Rockford, Texas. Telephone 512-817-0767, and email address tx@ownwell.com. Property description is 41 Curly Drive, Rockford, Texas. The reason for protest: incorrect appraised market value and or value is unequal compared with other properties. Evidence is one packet. Statements of facts or arguments. We have determined market value and equity values of the subject property represented overvaluation utilizing industry recognized valuation methods in accordance with section 41.43a. Protest should be ruled in the property owner's favor as the appraisal district has failed to establish the value of the subject property by preponderance of the evidence. The attached evidence packet for further information, and there's not a check on hearing type, and it is signed by Brendan Perry in Harris County, and there are Mia Copeland in Harris County, and there is not an additional packet attached. All right, I'll go to the district's evidence. This is property. This is a verified sale from 2020 for $495,000. The 2021 market value was $561,000, and the 2022 value was $684,390. There's 150% neighborhood adjustment in this area of Eli Road. This is unit 3, I believe. This is unit 4. Unit 4. There's where the property is. It's on a canal in Allegro, on Curlew Street. The sales, going to sales grid, the first sale is on Curlew. It appears to be 2 doors down from the subject. So for $865,000 in June of 2021, it is a class better. It is 81 square feet smaller than the subject, and it is 13 years newer than the subject, all of which are adjusted here in this property. And the land is slightly different. And there's a $9,000 adjustment to the land. This comes out and shows the value to be $763,000 adjusted. Second one also on Curlew, so for $759,000. It's a class and a half better, and it is 100 square feet smaller and 12 years newer, all adjusted out, $698,000 is what the value comes to. Next one is 11 Bimini, sold in March of 22 for $973,000. It's a class better. It's 120 square feet larger, and it's 12 years newer. It comes out to $859,000. And the last sales comp is 33 Curlew, sold for $700,000, and it is 2 classes better, and it is 350 square feet smaller and 5 years older. Comes out to $566,000. The median indicated sales value for this property is $731,000, which well supports the $684,000 the district has in the property. The next is equity comps, and the equity comps are comps that are not necessarily sales, but are other properties that are similar to the subject. The first one is the same classes, the exact same class as the subject. It is 600 square feet larger, though, and 12 years newer. Those adjust off down to lowering this value to $737,000. Second one is a half a class lower and 200 square feet smaller and 10 years older. It adjusts out to $650,000. And the last comp is a half a class lower, 100 square feet smaller and 7 years newer. It adjusts out to $695,000, and that is the indicated median equity value, $695,000, which supports the $684,000 that the district has on the property.
Does this one have 2 driveways?
It has a double driveway to a double garage.
Closed in
Oh, you mean on this other side there?
on the picture.
Let me. Yeah, it looks like it has. It looks like it has a driveway. It looks like they parked their boat, their boat trailer in that one driveway.
Okay, well, I'm good with this staff. Since they have no evidence.
Okay.
It's kind of hard, you know.
Why is it posted? Right? Now, 2022-1755. Now, 25104, investment 2122. Appraisal review board at the current noted value of $684,390.
All in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, that closes that hearing. Open the hearing on case ID 2022-1756, account number 25151, which is 14 Curlew. Allegro.
All right, I'll read the property owner's affidavit of evidence into the record. The property owner is David Williams, property 14 Curlew Drive, Rockport, Texas. The phone is 512-817-0767, email tx@homeworld.com. Property description, 14 Curlew Drive, Rockport, Texas. The reason for protest, incorrect appraised or market value and or value is unequal compared with other properties. Evidence is one packet. Statement of factual arguments. We have determined the market value and equity values for the subject property represent an overvaluation utilizing industry recognized valuation methods. In accordance with section 41.43A, the protest should be ruled in the property owner's favor as the appraisal district has failed to establish the value of the subject property by a preponderance of the evidence. See attached evidence packet for further information. And then there's nothing in the affidavit of evidence there, nothing in the hearing type. And then it is signed by Brennan Perry Owen. And it is signed in Harris County and notarized by the applicant. And there is not anything else attached, so I will go into the district's evidence. This property was noticed last year for $535,700. It's noticed this year at $570,290. It's on Curlew Drive, Unit 14, Unit 4, in Gila Row, and that has 150% neighborhood adjustment on it. There's where the property is, and kind of a wide canal there. The comps for this one, it's a 5SS. There's first sales comp is sold for $616,000. It's also a 5SS. It's the sale is 400 square feet larger and 17 years newer. For a number of adjustments there, and it comes down to $611,000, the value for that property. Second one is sold for $569,000. It's also the same class of 5SS, and it is 410 square feet larger, and it is 17 years newer, just up to $648,000. Third comp is a 4SS, one class lower, and it is 450 square feet larger and 6 years newer. Comes up to $657,000. The last sales comp, so for $569,000, half a class better. It is not quite 100 square feet larger, and it's 25 years newer. Adjusted out, it comes out to $619,000. The median indicated sales value for this property is $633,000, which well supports the $570,000 on the property. Next is the equity comps, and they are not necessarily sales, but other properties, similar properties. The first one is a 5SS, just like the subject. It is 300 square feet, no, it's 250 square feet larger and 1 year older. Comes out to $581,000. Second comp is 5SS also. It's 220 square feet larger and 1 year new, 11 years newer. Comes out to $606,000. The next property is a half class lower, and it is 300 square feet larger and 1 year older, and comes up to $580,000. And last equity comp is the same class and 250 square feet larger and 7 years newer, comes out to $577,000, giving us a median equity value of $580,722, which well supports the $570,000 the district has in the property. So.
You know, it's interesting that each one of these said C packet of information.
Yeah, one packet, and there's nothing.
But it indicates that there is something.
It's really doing the injustice to the owner.
These are viewed 2023.
1756. Account 25151, which is 14 Curlo. Addressing Q1 Q2, it's opinion of the appraisal review board, current known value of $570,000.
Still second? All in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay, that closes that hearing. Opening the hearing on case ID 2022-1768, account number 48765, which is 107 Canvasback Lane, Coconut Cove, I believe. Yeah.
I'll read the property owner's affidavit of evidence into the record. Property owner is O. Graves. Address 107 Canvasback Lane, Rockport, Texas. Telephone 512-817-0767, email tx@hotmail.com. Property description is 107 Canvasback Lane, Rockport, Texas. The reasons for protest are incorrect appraised or market value and values unequal compared with other properties. Evidence is one packet. Statement of facts or arguments. We have determined the market value. We have determined the market and equity values for the subject property represent an overvaluation utilizing industry recognized valuation methods. In accordance with section 41.43A, the protest should be ruled in the property owner's favor as the appraisal district has failed to establish the value of the subject property by a preponderance of the evidence. See attached evidence packet for further information. And there is no hearing type checked. And it's signed by Brandon Perry Owen, Harris County, and notarized by Leah Copeland. There is nothing additional attached. Going to the district's evidence. This property had a 2021 market value of $110,260. The property this year is noticed at $210,100. Let me pull this up. So you can see a little bit more.
Yeah, cool. I wouldn't go to my canal.
Yeah.
Maybe it's
Not bad.
On that.
There's a salt lake out here.
Oh, it's solid.
Goes in through here to this property. There's canals here. This is Lake Shore that fronts onto Salt Lake. And then here's that Canvasback. One side of it faces onto this canal, and the other side of Canvasback faces onto this canal. So that's it there. All right. All right. These are the sales, and the first sale is a land sale on Canvasback, sold for $76,500 for a lot that is a smaller lot, and the subject is, and then when it's adjusted for the subject's improvements, when those are added to it, comes to the value of $228,000. The next one is a sale on Allen M. Parks, sold for $165,000, and it is also a 4SS class home, and it is much smaller than the home. It's 2,000, almost 1,800 square feet smaller, and it is 30 years newer than the subject. And it comes out to $223,000. The last one is on Quail, and it is a class better. It is 30 square feet larger and 30 years newer. It comes out to $186,000 for an overall comp of $223,769 for the indicated sales value, compared to the $210,000 that the district has on it does support that. These next properties are not necessarily sales, but they're similar properties. This first property is a block over on Lakeshore. It is a half class lower, and 100 square feet larger, three years newer, and effective age, and it comps out to 200,969. Second one is on Ball Street. It is half a class lower. It is 100 square feet smaller, and it is 1 year newer. It comes out to 195,000. And the last one is on Pintail, and it is half a class higher. It is 100 square feet larger and 1 year newer effective age, and it comes out to $219,000. And together, these come up with a median equity value of $200,969, which does not support the district's fully support the district's values, and indicates about a $10,000 adjustment. That's all.
200,960.
Yes.
Sure.
Case ID 2022-1768-48765. Let's see if we want to do. It's depending on the appraisal review board, we're currently on the value of $210,100. It reduced to $200,960.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? I was just. Right, with my neck here. I know that. Okay, that closes this hearing. Opening a hearing on case ID 2022-1769, account number 50281. 72 Green Oak Lane, Holiday Beach.
All right, I'll read the property owner's affidavit of evidence in the record. The property owner is Steve Koska. The property is 72 Green Oak Lane, Rockport, Texas. Telephone 512-817-0767. Email tx@owner.com. Property description is 72 Green Oak Lane, Rockport, Texas. Reason for protest: incorrect market value, incorrect appraised market value, and or values unequal compared with other properties. Evidence is from the packet. Statement, facts, or arguments. We have determined the market value and equity values for the subject property represent overvaluation utilizing industry recognizing valuation methods. In accordance with section 41.43a, protest should be ruled in the property owner's favor as the appraisal district has failed to establish the value of the subject property by a preponderance of the evidence. See attached evidence packet for further information. Not a hearing type selected, signed by Brendan Terry Owen, Harris County, and Deborah Bobby Copeland. There is not a packet attached. Going to the district's evidence. This property was valued at $6,900 in 2021. For 2022, the valuation the district has on the property is $19,000. This appears to be two lots in Holiday Beach. There are the two lots. We can see where they are.
The water being managed.
Yeah.
This is on the west side of Holiday Beach, not down by the water. This is the upper the area toward, this is the entrance to Holiday Beach right here. And this is in the mesquite tree area of Holiday Beach. It's kind of a treed area, and there's lots in there. It's the beginning to the west side. The sales comp shows here are on Rustic Oak Lane. There are two lots sold together, 10,000 square feet, sold for $19,000, indicating $1.90 a square foot. The second one is also on Rustic Oak. It sold for in January 22. Sold two lots for the sale price on this actually is $10,000. $10,000 for this, or $1 a square foot. And the last one is this one sold for $22,000 for two lots, and that's $225 a square foot. And by some terrible math situation, this doesn't comp out. I've never seen that in Molly Beach, but this doesn't indicate the value of that. Okay.
That 10,000.
So it indicates the value of 17,167 for this. And then equity comps, these are just other 10,000 square foot lots showing that everything's valued at 19,000 for 2 lots in Palm Beach West.
So,
I think it's been-
100. I said 100.
I just want to.
Yeah, it's this sale right here showing it's a $10,000 sale for a 10,000 square foot lot there, or 10,000 square feet.
10,000, there's 2 lots in
Yeah, it's 2 lots.
Wow.
That seems hard to believe nowadays. I mean, given what stuff is selling for that, it's just not. And the one 2 doors down sold for, you know, that just seems very.
it.
I'll do 17,1. That's what I say.
Okay, I'm good with that.
17,1, fine.
Got a deal.
So.
This ID 2022, there's 1769, and 50281. Address is Q132. It's a 10-year appraisal of Newport, sold by the value of $19,000, reduced to 17,000.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? That closes that hearing. We'll open the hearing on case ID 2022-1770. Account number 55108 is 351 East Sagebrush. Yeah. We'll work on it.
Could be all S's.
All right, I'll read the property owner's affidavit of evidence into the record. Property owner is Piet and Pham, 351 East Sagebrush Drive, Rockport, Texas. Telephone 512-817-0767. Email tx@unlow.com. Property description 351 East Sagebrush Drive, Rockport, Texas. Reason for protest: incorrect appraised or market value and or values unequal compared with other properties. Evidence is one packet. State manufacturer arguments. We have determined the market and equity values for the subject property represent an overvaluation utilizing industry recognized valuation methods. In accordance with section 41.43A, the protest should be ruled in the property owner's favor as the appraisal district has failed to establish the value of the subject property by a preponderance of the evidence. See attached evidence packet for further information. No hearing type is selected. Signed by Brandon Terry Owen in Harris County and notarized by the no packet is attached. I'll go into the district's evidence. The last sale price was an unverified land sale in 2020 for $135,000. 2020 market value was $134,340. This year, $160,500 was the property was noticed at. This is a piece of land here. Back up here on it a little bit, show you where this is. 108. I don't believe it is. I think this is just a larger piece of land that's out there. Now. So this is Sagebrush here and Rattlesnake Point Road here. This is, I think, apartments going in here. Or
Yeah.
townhomes, I believe. There. And there's this. This is the subject of this fairly large piece of land. Anyway, this Salt Lake is here. This is where it is. It's. All right. And yeah, you can't hardly tell anything from that picture from there. It's a square of land, a rectangle of land. All right. The first property here is a sale for $212,000 in October of 2021 on 6001 to 651 East Sagebrush, so 2 blocks away. So 32 cents a foot. And one here, that one was larger than the subject is, 15 acres. Another one also larger than the subject, 13 acres. So for 41 cents a square foot in December of 21. And then one on Sagebrush, here, 12 acres. So for 49 cents a square foot in 21. And then one on FM 1781, the same area that's 5 acres, for something smaller, so for 28 cents a square foot. And the weighted on that is 38 cents a square foot, which compares to the 37 cents a square foot that the district has on the property, indicating a weighted sales value of $163,490, which is $3,000 higher than what the district has on the property. The next is equity sale, equity value on land. And these are other pieces of land that are the same size. And it's just showing that this property is on a land table and that the value is okay for that.
We're looking at the video again.
Sure.
Just for you, can you bring up 55109? It's not owned by the same person.
It is not.
Okay.
It's 55108.
They own 15508 though.
And that's
They own that not this not the subject. This is the subject, this property. These two properties are owned by the same individual who is not the owner of the subject, which would explain why the value is less. It's the economy of size. It's on that property because they have twice the acreage.
Cool. Okay, 16500.
Yeah.
Case ID 2022-1770, 55108. 122. Opinion of the appraisal review board, currently with a value of $160,500.
I'll second.
All in favor? Anybody opposed? All right, that closes the hearing. We'll open the hearing on case ID 2022-1772. Count number 62295. Which is 207 West Sagebrush. We here before.
We were
All right,
all
We're at 321 East Sagebrush.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I will read the property owner's affidavit of evidence record. The property owner is Joe Beatty. Owner address 207 West Sagebrush Street, Rockport, Texas. Telephone 512-817-0767. Email address tx@unwell.com. Property description. This person, that TX Unwell, that information is the agent's information. Those things are. So that's the confusing part. It's how they put it in here. That's their way they put it out. The property owner description or property description is 207 West Sagebrush, Rockport, Texas. Reasons for protest: incorrect appraised or market value, and value is unequal compared with other properties. Evidence is one packet. Statement of facts or arguments. We have determined the market and equity values for the subject property represent an overvaluation utilizing industry recognized valuation methods. In accordance with section 41.43A, the protest will be ruled in the property owner's favor as the appraisal district has failed to establish the value of the subject property by a preponderance of the evidence. See attached evidence packet for further information. And then the hearing type is not checked. It's signed by Brendan Perry Owen, Harris County, and it's notarized by me at Copeland. There is nothing additional attached. Go into the district's evidence. And this property was valued at the market value $298,930 last year. And this year has been a value of $346,480 for 2022. And this is where this property is located on a canal. And pull this one up to show you more detail. It's either a boat slip or a boat launch. Yeah, this is back way out. There's Salt Lake. This is where it is. We were here before down here. And you can't get, it's one of those, you can't get here from there. This is the can't get there. You can't get east to west. This is why you can't get east to west. This is east sagebrush. This is west sagebrush. This is the canal that keeps that from happening. So you can't.
That's good. Do you need to finish your evidence before I ask a question?
Yeah, I mean, that's fine.
Well, I'm looking at the property card,
Okay.
and it said you changed class from 3SS to 4FB plus. And I'm just curious as to what would cause that to happen.
Well, it could be that it got listed, or it could be, and we saw it in the listing. We did this in 2019. So why we did that is looking like here, I see it's adjusted effective year plus 5 years for new roof, new windows, roof and siding, and change from a 3SS to a 4FB plus. Okay, what would have happened there is that that's an old remark that's in there from see, it's
2019, I mean 2019.
it's actually older than that, because that's the removed something value on there is something that was done in 19. It's the stuff below it is older than that, but it was changed whenever this was done. When we drove by the property, we noticed this has new siding. This is not wood siding anymore. It's somebody tore the skin off of it and they put fiberboard on it now. And they put new windows in there, seemingly now from the old windows. They put better windows, and why would you change the windows otherwise? And then they put a new roof on it. And looking at it, a still house like this, I would not, and especially one of over 1,300 square feet. Just looking at this picture, I wouldn't think that's a class 3 house.
Okay.
And that's the thing. It just looking at it, the opinion of value of the appraiser saying as they drove by, that's not a class 3 house. That's a better than class 3 house. And so
I should not really be too concerned about the remarks.
well, I mean, you can't. I mean, you can know. I mean, they're there for you to see if you want to see them. But it's just, I'm just explaining to you. We document what we do, and
Right.
that's how I would write a note. I write kind of detailed notes when I drive around. Everybody can tell when it's my note because my note says like that and more on it, and I would type that in, and then when it gets put into the account, it has all the information you need to make a value determination on it, like, what's going on, it's got looks like it has a metal roof on it and things. I mean, it's a good, it's a nice, it's a better house, Class 3 houses don't have metal roofs on them, kind of thing. I mean, that's what happened.
Thank you.
There's the property sales. There's sale on Teal, $375,000 in March of 2022. Same class of house, 30 square feet larger, 7 square feet newer, comes out to be $441,000. The next one was on Pompano, same class, 200 square feet smaller, 6 years newer, comes out to $422,000. The next sale, $390,000. It's a class higher, and it is 175 square feet larger, and 11 years newer, comes out to $358,000. And the last sale, 493 for a half class larger and 70 square feet smaller and 1 year newer. And the class comes out to 403,000. And just Peggy, just kind of back on your same comment, if you kind of look at these pictures and you see these, you know, these are class 5 and class 5 and that house, the subject. Then you go back up here and these are class 4, 4, 4. They don't really, I mean, this might even be higher than that. I mean, we moved it from a 3 to a 4, you know, anyway, that just, it's something that happens.
Thank
know,
you.
And so.
It
So,
helps me because these classes are new to me and
no, I understand, and that's the thing is that I was just showing you that because that's all the information you had was this up here, was these, and you just knew, you didn't know what class this one was, and you saw this one and this one, and this one and this one, what class would this be? Would it be less than these two? You know, at least what those two are, or more like this one? I mean, and I think that generally people would say it's more like, the subject is more like these two than it is these two, and then if we had a class 3 in here, that you would really see and go, gosh, it's not like that, you know.
Okay,
All right,
that helps.
this next one's, I mean, here's one, this is the class 4 on this house, but this is a nice, really nice house, you know, on here. These are class 4 houses, and so this one is class 4, about the same size, about the same year. Another one about the same size, about the same year, and these are pumping out 377, 349. And then here's some more class 4s, about the same size, about the same effective year. This is a mistake in here. I don't know why this is in here. 137 for this. There must be something wrong with this house. That can't be. Yeah, because the market value is 278 and the value of the land is 271. So this must be like a partially done house or something here. Anyway, this one comes out to 389, and the equity comps show a value of 363,000, which well supports even with that terrible what that is, the value of 342.
Okay. 346, 480.
FID 2022-1772, 62295. Russian 2122, coming up with President Review Board, the department of value of 346,480. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Ooh,
Close that hearing.
3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Didn't we have a letter to enter everyone's letter?
Yeah.
What are you thinking about? How are we gonna handle letters? You want me to still read them?
I would just leave it with him. Yeah. You know, we don't often have situations where we need to look into specifics. And if we do, then we'll deal with it appropriately. I'm telling you. I woke up, I always watched this night.
I hate that.
It's hot.
It's hot. It gets hot. It took our little fan away.
Yeah, that really. Circulate the air.
See the thermostats out there.
There's I feel like a gravel trail on the street.
You had little
Or, yeah,
Shoes for your dog.
no, if I make a walk in the grass, but the black pavement, or curve that's kind of concrete, that's not hot, it's the black. She's pretty smart, she walks on that, she gets on the pavement. This area like checking gravel, so
It's not so
and
bad.
actually, it's not so bad because it's lots of trees and it's a little shaded. You know, the trees are there, not too terrible.
Bet she enjoys that.
She likes that. There's all kinds of deer in there. I've had deer jump out of my.
Yesterday, well, yesterday morning, when we picked up Paul, I mean, there's just tons of deer in the country club.
Oh, God. they're-
And the babies are so cute.
I think it was yesterday or the day before, it's on mom, twins. They're about.
And then you still see it jump, and the tail goes up.
Oh, right behind her. She gets a little in front of them, you know, she'll wait, you know, they could be, you know, busy doing something and most of them, they look up where mom. They're so cute.
They're
They don't have their
cute.
spots.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they have twins, it's- But yeah, there's.
Tons of them, I know.
Oh, sure. They're like, you'll be driving down the street and they'll be standing in the street, you know, and they'll just, they'll move. You stop. You know,
People feed them. I've
it's
seen
supposed to.
them, they do.
That's they're not supposed to. But you know, I can understand it now because they don't eat everything.
Anything there.
Yeah, they never coming into my front yard.
Wife puts out two big old tubs of water and they're halfway gone and they're just drinking like crazy, it's so dry.
We don't see many in holiday.
We have a lot of ponds and.
We get them late at night.
We get them all.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, some days I see them, but it's not.
You don't have as many as.
Huh?
You don't have. as many.
No, because you've got that space back there to hide in. And so they usually just stay back there. Or, and they go across the street to the stream and drink there. But they have been coming on the property, I've never seen them.
Oh, it's killing the little guys. Guess I need some oxygen.
Okay, the 3 o'clock guy has called in. And, sorry? Yeah, so, rather than, since he's already called in, I said, rather than have him wait, let's do the 3 o'clock now. Looks like it's a commercial property, and if you grab a name, and then we'll do with letter, and you guys maybe go home. We'll see.
So Aiden has a conflict. He said his plan was to come back right at 3 because he needs to take his children to an appointment.
Okay,
So,
what time is it? 2:25? Yeah, and that's fine. So we can wait as long as, you know, I mean, the
Agent,
it's not, isn't it an agent or?
is it?
it is.
Yeah, so we'll just deal with him at 3 and we'll deal with the letter now.
Okay, let me go. Check my-
I like to do that. What thing is, there's got a lot of different stuff, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I think that's your
You know what I mean? Like, okay.
That's your job.
Years ago when I was doing a lot of scooter driving, went down on the creek to the code now. We got in late. And all the restaurants, because we were nighttime there. All the restaurants in town were closed. So taxi driver took us to a little place around in the Posen World. You get a couple blocks off the main drag and you're in like low rent. So we were at a restaurant there
The jungle.
and they were out of everything except mole and gelato.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if you've had mole and gelato, but they're, I found them
Oh, hell
No.
no. But that was the only thing you had, so you got it.
Not more.
I don't think all of it.
They must like it, I mean, it's still, the way you still get them.
So it's under the safe place on your tablet for letters to be read. And here's the paper copy of it.
So 56191.
Yes.
And that's at 3 o'clock.
This is a letter.
Val, can you, I was gonna say,
Al, would you pour me some water in here?
oh my goodness.
I promise you, you should see.
We'll leave you a tip.
I'll leave you.
We're gonna have all our.
I'm so sorry, I even started. Hey, Val, can you?
What's your favorite?
A
candy?
good sport, Val.
I'm up. I don't mind.
God forbid that I would stay. My watch keeps telling me to do that. I keep ignoring it.
And you were gonna,
I was gonna ask you to pull up this thing and see if it's already been heard or if it's a future hearing or what the situation is. We can read the letter and then Val will tell us if it's already been an ARB decision or if it's upcoming or what.
Yeah, and we'll talk about it. I don't know what they're, what.
Go ahead and read the letter.
It's revolving
It's
around
a-
the homestead exemption.
Yeah.
Do we do homestead exemption?
Well, it's not general. Let Kathy read the letter and then we'll.
Okay.
Go ahead.
She's worming your words. You can read the letter. She was reading.
Always being allowed.
Oh. Okay, this is a letter received on July 15th. There's no letter or anything. It's obtained an envelope, it was dropped off, but anyway, it's from Clint and Wendy McGill. 1713 Lincoln Road, Sweden, Rockford. Is the telephone number and the email. Paper review board, dear sirs. Okay, I'm writing this letter concerning a protest my wife and I filed for 1703 Weeping Willow, property ID 56191. That was filed on or about May 26th of this year, revolving around the homestead exemption. Problem is that I checked the wrong box on the paperwork. I should have checked exemption was denied, modified, or canceled, but instead checked incorrect appraised market and or value was unequal compared to other properties. The property values were not so much the issue. We were unsure where we stood on the exemption. That is why I did not check that box. I was unsure whether or not it applied. The reason for the protest to begin with was that we wanted the homestead all of our property except the RV park to protect ourselves from property values that we double. Pretty soon we'll be able to afford to live on the land. I think we're conservative. It's not a one part soon.
Okay, and Val,
yes,
for the record, can you tell us if was there a protest on record?
there is a protest on record. There isn't anything filed. When the letter was being read, it sounded like there was something to do with the.
Just go ahead and let's start at the
Okay,
beginning.
sure.
Let's see if there's a protest that's filed for the year in question.
Yeah.
ARB inquiry for the current year.
There it is.
All right, so there's an ARB inquiry and they're indicating that they have incorrect appraised market value compared to the properties. When was this received or? Has it had a hearing?
No, it has not. There's the general screen. There, it hasn't had a hearing scheduled. Still a protest received. Formal meeting requested.
Is this an ag property?
This is A1 residential. I believe it has an RV park.
Well, it says they want to, they
What
want
else?
to own all of their property except the RV park.
Okay,
Do you want me to,
can you please tell me when the notice of the appraisal notice was sent?
Yeah.
This is important to the timing.
on 4/21/2022.
So the notice was, or the protest was due by, what is the protest due by?
It would have been due by the last week in May. And apparently they did file the protest timely.
But they didn't check the right, they checked,
Let's check the wrong one.
they checked the box. Now, can you tell me, was there an exemption filed at the same time, exemption application?
Yes,
Okay, so they filed an exemption application, or is this what we mailed back to them?
and we have since mailed this back to them.
Okay,
I have
can you
a time.
make that bigger, please?
Okay.
The plus button, one more. There we go,
June 28th,
okay,
this was sent certified mail and exemption modification. And
make it one deal smaller, I'm sorry.
okay,
It's been applied
Ah.
since.
Just-
sorry.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
okay.
So it was only for a certain amount of acreage.
This letter says the official notification of property tax exemption for which applied has been modified by the chief appraiser for the following reasons. The 2022 homestead exemption approved by the chief appraiser is for 0.62 acres only. Your exemption has been applied for the 2022 year. As with all decisions of this office, you have the right to appeal the decision for the appraisal review board. I've enclosed a copy of the Code publication, property tax remedies for your protest. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to call. Okay, so they wrote a letter, go continue, go to the next, hit
Okay.
just the next button. This is the exemption, and this is modified. This is my handwriting. So I look at exemptions all the time. I either request additional information, which has to do with like their claim of an exemption. I approve it, deny it, or modify it. And if I modify it, I send them a letter. Like in this case, they applied for an exemption for more than just the 0.62. And so I said, no, I only think that this is residential here, and I'm willing to apply this 0.62, but I'm not willing to apply the rest. That's what, I mean, even if they want to check the box for the protest form, that's still gonna be my position.
Right.
I mean, because I looked at it, I'm the one that's making that determination. So having said that, their letter is that can they add the checkbox after the protest deadline? But they have not even been scheduled for a hearing. So my recommendation at this point is that you seek your counsel to see if that's even possible.
I'll double check with her, but I have talked to her about this in the past, and she said, you should allow that kind of a modification.
If it hasn't been scheduled. See, the problem lies with if you schedule something, if we schedule something and we send out the evidence and then in that 14-day window, they want to check another box, we would have not presented any evidence in value defense and or rebuttal of that claim.
Correct. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So, I mean, I guess I'm a little confused. Their request does it not primarily revolve around the exemption? And I haven't seen anything that might indicate they're intending or wanting to protest anything associated with value.
Except that they have a letter on file with the appraisal district with a box that says value market equity.
Sure.
But then they say the reason for the protest to begin with was that we wanted to homestead all of our property except the RV park.
Okay, so then now you're left with, is it value and the exemption, or is it just the exemption? Because I've approved the exemption, I've modified it. So if they just want to check it off, that's why I'm asking that you ask your.
Yeah. Okay, and I just need to get straight what I'm gonna ask.
Because they're
You've approved it,
paying-
right? You've approved a modified exemption, or
That's
you've
exact-
modified. right?
Yeah, so the timeline is this. Notice of appraised value with a certain value and no exemption, right? The notice of appraised value that we sent out to them. In the meantime, they also, what was it, June something?
June 28th.
June 28th, we responded to an application that they would have turned in. I don't even know when they applied, but
It looked like 525, I think. was-
okay, so they applied for an exemption. For which I said yes, but only for this portion. Now, they're apparently aware that, well, because I sent them a certified letter and said, hey, listen, I'm only gonna give you this portion of this whole land
Right,
associated with the residents. That
Right.
happens all the time for mixed use properties. You know, properties that you have commercial, oh, well, my house is over here. I make a determination of what I think that residential area is. And I send them a letter. Now, they have the ability to protest. It's just the timing of it. If she says fine, then that's okay. I mean, if your attorney says fine, then that's okay. I just need some kind of, because it's after the time that they turned in the thing, we haven't scheduled a hearing for this anyway,
I'm
so.
confused,
But you,
are they objecting to the modified, because it says that we wanted to concept all of our property except the RV part, is the RV part of the property that you modified?
Well, and I don't want to give you too much because I want you to be able to swear in at the time of the hearing. I know more facts about it than you do. And before the time of the hearing, I think that's better that you don't know. So that you can take your oath and say, I don't know anything. But
it's not the value that
Make
they're,
a decision.
I'm not asking you to make a decision. They're asking you.
but Mike, let me,
go ahead.
she is saying, I mean, they are saying they should have checked exemption was denied, modified or canceled.
Okay,
Okay. And it goes to say the property values were not so much the issue.
okay.
It's the homestead, but we don't deal with homestead.
Well, you deal with
Exemptions.
weapons. Well, you do, you deal with those from time to
For the
time.
market value.
Well, no, I'm saying that you do deal with those. They're just very infrequent. They don't
Okay.
happen very often. I make that decision and you like look it over to see, did I apply the law correctly? They get to disagree with me. You can even disagree with me, but you just don't deal with them very often, is what I would say.
Yeah.
Now, the issue, and when you said, like, I'm asking you to make a determination, I'm not. They're asking you to see if they can check the box lane. And then furthermore, it doesn't alleviate, like, if this is the protest form and it has the McGill name on it, that says value unequal, I can't ignore that. I have to deal with that. I have to deal with that.
Sure.
And if they want to add a box and say exemption was denied, modified, or canceled, I'm asking you to ask your attorney if they can check the box late. And I don't want a bad precedent set
No.
because of the standpoint that you need to understand when we're hot and heavy busy, we're kicking out these evidence packages.
Sure.
You don't get to say, oh, by the way, I want to check this box or this box or this box.
And her position, when I chatted with her about this, is, because I know in like last year, I think I can recall some cases where somebody only checked Q1, and that was when they were two separate boxes.
Uh-huh.
right? And they really wanted to do Q1 and Q2. And we had, I believe at the time, said, I'm sorry, you only checked Q1. Now, the attorney said, you need to potentially allow that. The cases, what you have to do is say, ask the district, are you prepared to present evidence for both Q1 and Q2? And if the district is not prepared to do both Q1 and Q2.
At the time of the hearing?
At the time that it's, that it's brought up, because I guess I don't know of cases where it was requested to change it before the hearing, okay? But that's an interesting question.
Okay.
So if at the hearing, let's take that example, if at the hearing it was Q1 only, and they really intended to do Q1, Q2, okay? If the district is prepared to provide evidence for Q2 that they didn't check, then we would proceed. She said, if they're not prepared, then you can postpone or reschedule the hearing. Okay, that was her position, or that's what she told me. Now, this one is a little different because there, at least what we're seeing so far, if I'm reading all this right, there's not a question about value. It's a question about exemption.
Exemption. right.
Okay,
That's what
and
I'm-
even if you prepared for a hearing to deal with Q1 and Q2, so be it, they could always withdraw that, right?
Right, there's two things that relate to this. One is there's an order of preparation for the district employees as it relates to the evidence that they provide in a timely fashion. We're required to hand a notice of hearing 15 days prior.
Right.
We're also required to send a notice of we're also required to deliver the evidence 14 days prior. For essential practical purposes, what we do is we put everything in one packet and we mail it 15 days prior. That's your go, that's your gimme, that's your, here we go, we're gonna go and you get to have your day.
Right.
In the interim, in that 15-day interim, I can't stop and prepare more evidence for more boxes that you want to check. And so respectfully, I'm not saying that you're remembering that conversation incorrectly, but if that is in fact your counsel's counsel, then I would respectfully disagree, and I would have my counsel say, what happens in the situation? Because and I may not be prepared. Let's just say that they checked another, it's not market or equity. Let's say it's one of those. Let's say once exemption was denied, modified, or canceled, but I'm not ready for that. You would have to ask me, are you ready for that? And I would say, whoa, wait a second, that's not what was checked on the protest form.
I understand.
And I'm not ready for that. But then let's say that your counsel, your attorney says, hey, we should reschedule. That's all fine and good, but we've already prepared for this day. We put a lot of effort and time into this day. I would,
I understand, and I can't take issue with what you're saying for something. The couple things. One is first off, the reason this came up in the conversation with her was related to a letter that we dealt with where a protest had not been filed per se.
oh, got you.
Okay, and we could have in the letter in a response say, you need to still file a protest. Her position was the letter you have is a protest. Okay,
Got you.
and even
Was it
though it's
pri-
not on the form.
Was it
okay,
prior to the deadline that
Yes, it was.
So that's where my mind revolves around.
Yeah.
Because if it's, okay, I'll give you for instance, we have even right now, there's a set of properties, I want to say, Val, how many properties were there? 352-ish ag properties? It still could be filed timely before the 30th. So let's just say, for instance, you had one of those property values that had an agent, right? Property IDs that had an agent. And they marked value and equal, value and equity. But the protest is not even due until the 30th. If they call me today and say, hey, I want to add ag was denied, modified, or canceled. With that letter, I'm going to say that that's all timely. The only difference here is the protest was due by late May.
Yeah.
Was due by late May, which they only checked box one.
Yeah.
And now they want to check this box over here.
Right.
Now, I just want to know your attorney's position, and I want to know how that helps me. It's not really an issue because we haven't even set this one for a hearing yet.
Right.
Practically speaking. But it could cause a bad precedent for, it could put a hardship on the district in the future. You know where I'm going with this.
Yeah, sure.
I know. You already responded to them, you modify
Well,
the request.
well-
They don't make you want us to know whether you know, but you've already responded to it.
Yeah.
And they hadn't checked the box and you responded to it.
Well, but not in the way that they wanted. So they still want, they still want,
They still filed a request for exemption. Okay, right, Kathy?
Yeah.
So, I mean, they still filed that request for exemption. And that came in on
It's a separate
May,
request though.
it was.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm still a little dumbfounded as to why they care, because they requested the exemption.
They got it.
He responded,
But they didn't get all of it.
we don't know, okay, because this doesn't necessarily imply that they are taking or questioning what the chief appraiser did in issuing a modified exemption or modifying the exemption request from what they submitted.
and furthermore, I'd like to say this, furthermore, when I send out denials, okay, so I get homestead exemption applications all the time. Many of the time, we just approve them in the year that they apply. For that, they don't get any kind of notification. They just get the exemption. They see it on their tax bill. There's the homestead exemption. For properties that I say I need extra, like I need your driver's license is showing something weird. I need more information. Help me, help you. I send an additional information letter and I talk about the items that I need. There's a period of 90, I want to say 60 or 90 days of back and forth that I can have before I either approve or deny. There's also the ones that I modify, that I say, hey, I'm making this stuff up, but let's say it was 10 acres. And in my opinion, they only get 1 acre where the little house and the fence are. This is all a corner commercial storage facility.
Right.
I'm just making this up. And I would say, you don't get it on this, you just get it on that.
Right.
With the standard letter that we send, it says something like, with all decisions, you can, whatever, from 30 days of this notice. So that probably alleviates the fact that they can just have their hearing on the market and equity, and they could still have a separate hearing on just the exemption was denied, modified, or canceled, because they get the 30 days from that day of my letter.
But they don't want one.
I don't, maybe, that may be true.
We just
I'm
need to clarify more before we, I mean, calling the lawyer is fine, but do we just need to clarify what they're really asking?
Did they ever respond to your modified? Then you said
Well,
modified.
Just think of the timing, this might be a response.
I think
Yeah.
that from the timing, it is a response. I think they probably would have talked to somebody in the district. And I said, listen, at this point, you need to write a letter to the ARB, which is what they did.
But it doesn't say anything about modified or.
Well,
It does say 0.62.
I'm still confused.
I don't.
And the reason being, it says, you know, we're
No, it
saying,
doesn't.
it says the reason for protest to begin with, we wanted to homestead all of our property except the RV park to protect ourselves from property values that could double in a year. So they must have gotten something that says, well, you're only getting 6 point, you know,
It's,
but.
we're supposing, okay, I
Yeah, I
don't disagree with you,
We're
okay?
just going in circles.
Right.
So talk to the lawyer.
Yeah, well, I will talk to her.
Yeah.
Okay, the last point I was gonna make in terms of my discussions with Judy on this was, she said, if we were to deny a modification to the, somebody checking box 2 instead of, both box 1 and 2, okay? She said they could, in principle, turn around and sue for a denial of protest, okay? And she says she's doesn't have it all the time, but she says she has actually had cases that she's had in district court where she, somebody sued because a protest was denied, okay, for that kind of a situation. Okay, so that's kind of the long and short of how we got around it. I'm sorry I interrupted you. Saying something. I can't help it.
Yeah, I know. I'm just confused where, if this is a response to his modification letter, I would think they would have said, we're confused regarding the modification, what we're trying to do with homestead all the property. It doesn't indicate anything.
Right.
This is the response to what you did.
Yeah, in essence, what they're asking is, can I check the homestead was denied modified or canceled
There we go.
box late. No, they're still asking for that because in the original protest, that was unchecked. And what they're asking for essentially is, can I check that box right now? Because they want to be able at the hearing, present information. Remember that the first two burdens are our burdens, market value, and the other is their burden. And
So what you responded to with the modified exemption was separate request from the request of.
yeah, I got two documents.
Okay.
Here's my protest.
Yeah.
And what was checked on that,
Here's my exemption,
market value and equity. Here's my exemption,
and that's one response.
and I responded to this
So
one.
it's two different issues. Okay, that.
Yeah, You need to know, in essence, I don't mind answering the question, even in the hearing, even in two separate hearings, you can do it that way. I just don't want to set a bad precedent. I don't want a bad precedent set. And so I would like some clarification of the timing. You understand?
Got it,
where I'm coming
Scott?
from.
Yeah.
Yeah, now the real question is, can I read my writing when I get home?
Yeah, and I don't want to tell you too much about the property because I don't want it to influence your
Right,
your
right.
hearing of the case. I can just tell you, I've had two documents. This is a protest form, this is an exemption application. I modified this exemption application. And that's all I want to tell you before, so you can hear the whole case.
Yeah, so if I have this discussion with the lawyer and it boils down to is it possible to check the box late? And we're guessing that what that hearing, what they really are gonna want in that hearing. And it would have to do with an exemption, okay?
But then we still have to hear, because they submitted a protest form. do we
You're gonna
want
give her
to
a copy
hear-
of this letter, right?
Yes,
Okay.
and I may, it may be helpful to have some of the other communications, which in particular, the request for exemption and your modified response.
Well,
We just showed it to us. so-
yeah, but in thinking about that, I don't want you to, I don't wanna taint
Yes.
anything.
Can you send it to her? So it doesn't go through us?
Well, I send it through him and he can, Scott can recuse himself of that, or you know that.
Yeah, that would be just.
So we're guessing right now that they want that hearing to deal with the exemption, with something to do with the exemption. We don't know yet. He's not at liberty to say and shouldn't. And so that's the case. Now, if they come back, if Judy says, oh yeah, you should allow them to check that box or to consider the exemption request. I can tell you, I can convey that to you, and then I don't know if you're going to necessarily do anything different in preparing for that eventual hearing, aside from potentially preparing some more information about overall in your own exemption.
Yeah, there's 90% of all hearings are value and equity. So the general preparation, you've seen this model over and over again. You see a card, property card, you see the sales grid, you see the equity grid, you see a sales ratio report, and any other information that we think is relevant. Then you've got about 10% of those, or another 7% or 8% of those properties that are commercial in nature that have like an income valuation, maybe a property card, or, pictometry, that kind of stuff. But then you're left with these 2% that have some other box checked. And when they check the box, and I have it in my possession well prior to any future hearing, I can do all of this, plus I can throw in the exemption application, I can throw in ag information. Why? Because it's relevant to the stuff that they protested. I just can't do it late. I can't get it like, oh, hey, I meant to, I can't do that. I can't even put my people through that.
Now the other thing that makes it a little onerous is the fact that a hearing has not been scheduled.
Yes, absolutely tell her that information, because you need to hear on the record that I'm okay with providing the information that's necessary for this board to hear in reference to the homestead application was denied, modified, or canceled. There's no problem doing that for this one. I just don't want to set a bad precedent for other ones in which they're trying to do something late. That's all I'm asking.
Right.
Because this one hasn't been heard yet.
Yeah, there hasn't even been scheduled, so there's no issue here.
Okay, and,
Do you understand the distinguishing factors?
yes,
Okay.
and I'm still trying to talk, think, and write at the same time, and we're getting more than they're asking for a lot.
I think they had already done it. You might find it in my-
Yeah, and it's like when I send a text message with voice and you end up with smiling.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah, Kathy started off good. Can you read that one? Just gonna go ahead and start reading. Oh, you meant aloud.
Okay, and again, I will talk to Judy, I'll get back to you on what her thing is. I don't know that it'll be different, they'll send me a copy of it, so that way I can have electronic.
You're gonna table that decision until.
Yeah, and I don't anticipate it might be different if, because even the precedent setting concern that you have, which I understand, in terms of timing and stuff like that.
It's just informational in regard to the recommendations she's gonna give you for this petition.
Yes,
Yeah.
and her response would say, well, if you got to postpone the hearing or reschedule it because the district isn't prepared, that's okay too. So anyway, I'll do that and we'll see where we go from here. So we'll table this letter until
Okay.
I hear back.
One other quick item of business, and if it's gonna be lengthy, I'll come back at the end, possibly. We have one more single member panel document to schedule. Is there a preference on when anybody wants us to schedule? this
We have
single
7
member
panels.
panel?
And do you remember what the show rate was for the other single members? Half-ish, 50%?
Oh, yeah, it was,
Yeah, I think that,
Okay,
yeah, it actually, it was probably 60%.
okay. Well,
The first day, the first time we did it, it was, pretty paltry. But,
is this a 1/4 panel or is that a whole morning?
That would just be one panel. We generally schedule 8.
7,
hearings
yeah,
per-
one docket should be enough time.
So what's our
to deal with it.
possibilities as far as dates?
Well, we're out on the 10th, August 10th could be a possibility. We were thinking maybe you would want us to schedule the single member panel at 8:30 and the rest of the board come in at 10 and save the 10 o'clock slot for you to
And
make recommendations.
I'm also open, I have no qualms dealing with this myself, or maybe you, or do any of you guys wish to do this?
no, cowards that we are.
I just want to talk, okay, and there's nothing, no shame in response.
So what do you want to have anything to do with the town? So,
Well, Shed, yeah, farm it
Right.
out, and you can,
oh, this is
You can-
consistent, oh, that's the one.
Right, we would just do it on a regular day. But, like I said, if it's okay with one docket and then
yeah.
the rest of the
Okay,
day.
my suggestion. They'll offer, yeah, go ahead and schedule it. August 10th is a Monday.
Wednesday,
Is a Wednesday. Okay, so, that's fine. Schedule for August 10th and do it as an 8:30 docket, and I believe we'll be able to knock it off in one
Okay.
docket.
And then we'll.
And then-
it's gonna-
Right, so
And
the
then-
10 o'clock docket, we have
The
reserved for recommendation.
reserve for recommendations, and then
Oh,
the afternoon would be just regular here.
Yeah, sure.
Got
Okay,
it.
thank you.
And that's excellent, actually, because if we run slightly over, all we're doing is impacting the recommendation here in these.
Yeah.
Okay, that works for me.
All right. I will get payment in the phone.
Yeah, and give me a minute, I need to go breathe some outside air.
Put a little smoke in it.
At least I know it's the air I'm best to deal with.
Right.
All right.
What time would the afternoon start?
1:30. What happened? Oh, but we can think, but we've been kind of.
Oh, yeah.
It's like one thing, so, yeah. Green light have to be one. Does green light have to be on? I just turned it on, so it's,
Oh, okay, now let's,
it's ready to go, but it's like. I think we.
Maybe when you call it,
This
and here's the number.
is the meeting.
It is.
Which one is it? Are there two people?
It's
Yeah.
gonna be Sam Woolsey and the agency name is Pop.
Oh, okay.
So Sam will be who you'll talk with.
Maybe it has been.
Well, it's interesting, because I had not, at least last year, I recall some of these interesting cogitations and permutations and so on that we,
But you just thought of the time.
in large part, okay, 18. Amen.
I'm still in that letter.
Be by phone. Okay.
Does he need to get? Signed in.
We'll,
We have to sign it for this one.
yeah, we'll swear in.
Oh, no, that was the other, okay, never mind.
Maybe somebody need to be notified to room there. Oh, he's coming in, never mind.
Item from you over there by the car.
Okay, I think we're ready. If you want to dial them up.
Hello, is this Sam?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, hi, this is the appraisal review board calling for hearing.
Great.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, Sam, I have some administrative stuff to run through first, and then we'll get to the specifics of your hearing. So we are commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-1051, account number 62732, which is 1309 Highway 35 North in Rockport. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And we'll verify what's under protest.
I believe it's, equity and market.
Okay, Q1, Q2, market.
Also, other is checked on this form. Just as any other cheater paid or district, whatever, so no, there's no specific issue.
Okay. So we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and that survey may be completed using the form that is included in the determination package you will receive in the mail after the hearing. Or you can take the survey online, and information about how to complete and return that is included at the top of the form. The survey is entirely voluntary. However, we always appreciate any feedback you may wish to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in that determination package that will be mailed to you to document our findings. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So Sam, I just need to verify that all of your evidence that you're going to reference has been submitted.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I got Hoffman, you solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ron McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Sam, I'm assuming since we had a signed and notarized affidavit from you, you understand that we're considering you to be under oath.
Yep.
Okay, excellent.
I am Bert, do solemnly swear that the testimony shall present the appraisal review board, the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Sam, I need to ask whether or not you have a license or certificate, whether you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
I do not.
Okay, thank you. That's good. In the package that I think you will have received, there should be a chart which is titled Hearing Procedure Times. Do you have that available?
Let me check real quick.
It's not a problem if you don't.
Yeah, I don't have it.
Okay, and that's fine. So what that chart indicates is how we will be running this procedure or this hearing. And takes the form of two columns. One is if you present first, or if the district presents first. You both have equal amounts of time to present, cross-examine and rebut. But you get to choose whether you would like to go first or whether you would like the district to go first.
I'll defer to the district.
Okay, thank you.
You say it's recording.
Yeah, the district.
Okay. All right. If you want, I'll just present here with him and stuff. All right, this is account 62732. It's Walgreens. It's a commercial property. It is income valued. It's a drugstore. The last sale price we have on it is 2020. It was purchased by the current owner for $5.1 million. Last year it was noticed at certified at 3.1 million. There was actually a higher value on it. It was I think 4.2, and then there was a subsequent lawsuit. So that value is not the result of an ARB decision or notice. It's settling a lawsuit. The next. There's a picture of it. I think you all know where it is. It's across from the HEB and Bell's and Spanky's. Okay, and there's a property card. We have the all property description. Everything was built in 2000. This is where our value came from. So we got the rent rate from leases of Walgreens, CVS, any kind of drugstore like that. All across the state. And that's where we got our average lease rate of $23 a foot. The expenses also came from mostly the same place, which is that they're almost entirely triple net leases. The people who are owning the real estate and buying the real estate are just buying a triple net lease. So there's no taxes loaded in as well because they don't pay the taxes, the tenants pay the taxes. So you don't load the tax rate on a triple net lease, or else the lease rate would be different because the tenant would not be paying taxes. That's pretty much it. We have an 8 cap rate on it, $23 a foot. That's the main thing. So if you look at the next page, it is the only drugstore that we have. You notice we have different lease rates on things depending on what they are. The differences between property, income valued properties is expressed in one of these things. In the lease rate, their vacancy, their expenses, it accounts for the discrepancy between what's the difference between a Walgreens and Family Dollar. Well, that's the difference. And also the cap rate might be different. You know, their expenses might be different. So that's just showing that we're doing the same thing. And this amounts to adjustments for the property type. You can see our value. There's 4.1 million. It was something similar to that last year, like I said. So there was no settlement offer made on this. However, I will point out their actual lease rate indicates the value of about 3.8 million. It's 3,885,940. And here's where we know what their lease rate is. So when it's sold, the listing isn't really that important. You know, it was for sale or whatever, but it does give a cap rate for this property, 5.85. Again, we have an 8 on it. There are a variety of cap rates for Walgreens all over the place, but this one's 5.85. And it says that their actual rent is $321,000 a year. So that's $2,165, I think, a foot. So that's just one listing, but if we go to the next one, it was listed for 5.5. But this is just other Walgreens. These things are also being sold. It says, I'll go up. It says cap rate 4.6 to 6 cap, pricing 5.3 million plus, terms 7+ years, and it says absolute triple net, 0 landlord responsibilities. There's nobody buying one of these for, you know, a quarter of these numbers.
Why are they doing absolute triple net?
There is, the landlord is not paying expenses, insurance, taxes, or anything. They just receive money.
It's a landlord.
Walgreens is paying everything. Whoever owns this real estate gets $321,000 a year for nothing. They don't have to do anything. They just own the property.
The leasing is paying.
Walgreens is paying for it. And they're not the only one. I mean, it's Walgreens. If it wasn't a Walgreens, it would be a CVS. CVS tried to rebuy places to put a CVS here several times since the hurricane. We just kind of recently threw in the towel on it because this one's not going anywhere. They're expensive to build.
Just like Starlight.
No, it just bought it.
They just bought it.
Yeah, it
But it was for sales.
Yeah.
So basically what they bought was not Walgreens, it was the store.
Right. So what they're buying is just real estate. The tenants in these places are awesome. So we're not at their sale price. We're not at 5.2 million. We're probably never going to be, because a lot of that 5.2 million, a substantial portion of it, is because people think Walgreens is super reliable as a tenant. Very high creditworthiness. We don't think that should be exactly what their sale price is. But Walgreens being the tenant, we also don't think is 80% of the value. But that's pretty much it.
Now, just Walgreens are the only ones who do it that way in terms
No.
of paying everything, all of it?
No, weirdly enough, I found out recently that gas stations are doing that. But dollar stores, variety stores, little grocery, Walgreens, drugstores. Yeah, pretty common.
What was the $3 million mentioned?
That was the value last year after there was a lawsuit.
Okay.
Lawsuits are expensive.
Very expensive.
It was not an answer. So after our decision, they went to the lawsuit.
Now, and I hate to continue on.
That's it. That's the.
Well, the question I have is you had mentioned 3,885,940 based on their actual lease rate from that listing.
Correct.
Is that, what's the cap rate involved?
That's still using our cap rate.
That's using your cap rate, okay.
So what is that number? The 3,885,940, is that the number you gave? What is that?
That's using their actual rate.
Okay. That's what they're paying per year. Correct. To the owner.
Hey, that it for now?
That's it.
Hey, Scott, you have, I'm sorry, Sam, you have 7 minutes. You can, take a couple of minutes to cross-examine if you want, and then 5 minutes for your presentation, or just take your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much. All right, this is account number 62732. As it was just stated, the property was noted at about 4.1 million. It's about 15,000 square feet and is being utilized as a Walgreens right now. If you have our evidence packet, you guys have our evidence packet pulled up. Okay. On that first page, you'll see our different approaches to value. You'll see that we ran an income approach, a cost approach, and an equity analysis on the property. Looking at all of those, they're not that far apart. We averaged them to arrive at our premium value of $1,938,452. I do want to highlight the value history here. Over the last 3 years, that the property increased in value from 1.8 million to 3.1 million in 2020. That's a 67% increase. This year, the property was noticed at that 4.1 million, which is a 33% increase over prior year. Almost all of that increase was placed on the improvement. In other words, the district didn't raise the land value significantly. And so all they're saying, all of that value is attributable to the improvement. I do want to touch on, I know the district mentioned that the $3.1 million that settled was a litigated value. That is correct. However, it is the appraisal district's responsibility for the tax code to set market value. And so that $3.1 million was an agreed number that the district agreed to represented the market value of the property. But to say that the 3.1 wasn't really what the market value was, would not be correct, just based on the appraisal district responsibility to the taxpayers. And looking at page 2, you can see that breakdown here between the values. So 3.1 million the improvement, and about $1 million to the land value. As you know, this property is located on 35 North, just north of Rockport. And then on page 4, you'll see our pro forma income approach that we utilize. We utilize a rent of $13.50. And I do want to speak for a moment. I know the district mentioned that based on CoStar, the actual rent was $23, I believe, what they said. But based on our research, according to what the market would demand, it would be $13.50. And let me scroll on page, sorry, I have to jump around a little bit. On page 9 of the packet, if you scroll down past the map, you will see a CoStar analysis of the property. The reason that we turn to CoStar to arrive at our rent is the built-to-suit nature of the property. So the property was built in 2004 and likely was just built to be a Walgreens and very specialized as a Walgreens. We've seen multiple stores around the state close. Walgreens really overexpanded throughout the mid-2000s, and now they're starting to kind of downsize their store footprint. They aren't crazy about the 15,000 square foot range. It's really too big for what they need. So oftentimes we'll see them close. And the store that comes in there is not another drugstore. It's not a CVS. If CVS was there, they'd already be there. In fact, the district says that CVS isn't looking anymore. And so what we find is that the best rent to use in valuing these properties when looking at them on a market basis is to look at what future users of the space would be willing to pay. On our end, the most popular users of the space if a Walgreens does vacate, the most popular tenants to kind of come into this space are your Dollar Generals, your Family Dollars, and they're very rarely a pharmacy. And so for that reason, we believe that the real estate, the taxable value of this property should be based on a market freestanding retail basis. So what you see here in our CoStar analysis is just that CoStar has run metrics on the area and on what they believe that the market rent would be for this space. And so that's how we arrived there. And my last point on the rent that I'll make is just the district brought up the sale that occurred. But as you stated, a lot more than just the real estate is baked into that sale. Walgreens is a very widely recognized, widely respected, high credit tenant who isn't going to default on their lease payments. And as the district stated that the lease term was more than 7 years left on the lease, that's a substantial amount of cash flows that investors are banking on receiving. And so he said that they're not all the way up to the sale price to reflect that. But we would argue that significantly more value is attributable to the business value of Walgreens in that sale than the real estate. And so with us at our $2 million, approximately $2 million in the value, that's about 40% of what that sale price was. So we're saying that 60% of that sale should be attributable to the long-term steady cash flows that Walgreens is providing. The rest of our income approach is not that different from the district. We're using 5% basis in collection, 12% expenses, and a little bit higher cap rate of 8.5. So that main discrepancy is that rental rate. And so we're coming in at 1.9 million approximately. Our cap rate, you can see on page 5, we have a cap rate survey here. In looking at national, South region, and Texas, we're using 8.5, again, just based on the risk of if this building were to transact without a high credit tenant there, who's using the building in its original intended use. That's how we arrived at our 8.5. We also have a cost approach here. And I want to point out that the district noted just the building at $211 per square foot. So between the land was $12 a foot, but the notice value of this property, just the improvement is $211 a foot. The base cost of building a drugstore, a brand new drugstore, according to Marshall & Swift, is $211. Excuse me, is $110. So the fact that the district is using $211 on an almost 20-year-old building, whenever an investor could just go out and build a brand new Walgreens for $110, it doesn't add up whenever we're looking at just the real estate. So there's more detail on page 6 of our packet with our cost approach. After applying the multipliers for the area and taking out external functional and external depreciation, as well as just straight line depreciation, adding back in our land value, we get to a value of 2.1 million approximately. And then lastly, our equity analysis. So the district mentions that we're the only drugstore in the county. However, there still needs to be equity costs. And the tax code dictates that the property must be appraised equitably. If you look on page 7 and 8 of our packet, you'll see the comps that we use, as well as a map of where they're located in relation to the subject. You'll see comp number 9 is a CVS and is right up the highway just a little bit from Walgreens. And that CVS is only assessed at $81 a square foot. We're assessed at $280 a square foot. So the data sort of being, and we're larger than CVS. And so whenever we're looking at this on an equity basis, we are by far appraised the highest, and nowhere near the median, the adjusted median of $119 a square foot. So if anything, equity overrides the market value of the property. So even if you say, okay, the district's market value, we believe that that's correct. The equity analysis indicates that whenever you look at buildings very similar to this one in size and use, the value should be only $1.7 million. I don't believe the district presenting any equity, and so that's how we arrived at our opinion, a value of $1.9 million. And that is all I have for now.
All right, any comments? Okay. You can take this.
Let's do it. Okay. So the first thing is, the values historically in 2019, that was a hurricane influenced value. The values in 20 and 21 were changed again as a result of the settlement. Those were not our notice values or even the certified values in 20 and 21. Those were changed at the end of the lawsuit. Both years were set to the same number. So there was actually a substantial bigger change. This was what happened also in 2019 is we failed the PBS and our commercial category got wrecked and we needed to put stuff on income. This was literally the first thing I ever put on income because it was the easiest thing to income value because we had a horde of data about it. It didn't actually come from CoStar. It came from our other data source, which is TREP. Walgreens and CVS are really good about keeping all of their data off of CoStar. So is Dollar General, Family Dollar. The CoStar data, they just purge it from this stuff. So it's listed there, and then afterwards it's like a ghost, it's gone. TREP, however, is servicing the other end of the financial world, and they actually have to report these people's actual lease rates. So there is no Walgreens or CVS or any other kind of store like this that I saw anywhere that's paying $13 a foot a year for rent in the entire state. I didn't see anybody anywhere. The other thing is, I'll just point out, I've had 2 years to think about this. We've been through lawsuits and stuff. This thing's gone over 1 million times. The settlement value is not an opinion of value from anybody at the district. Our chief appraiser is an RPA, I'm an RPA. It was made clear during the lawsuit that number is nobody's opinion of value. We have rules about how we have to come up with an opinion of value. That number was arrived at because we figured out how much it would cost to continue doing the lawsuit. And we have a fiduciary responsibility to the tax agents. We literally just got browbeat into settling this. That is nobody's opinion of value. That's not Mike's opinion. That's not my opinion. That's not even the attorney we were dealing with. That wasn't even their opinion. We completely lost the plot on market value when we get into the lawsuit. It's the conversations we have there are wildly different than the ones we're having here. They're extremely simple. The 1350 rent on CoStar, if you look at what's in that data, there are no drugstores in it. There's none in there. They don't have any. And I know because I looked and I looked again. CoStar is getting better data in the coming years. Maybe they'll start to have some more stuff for it. But this is just a case of a bunch of properties that they're really good at burying their own data and then being compared to stuff that's not like them at all. Even though, well, this is not unique. I mean, Walgreens is not a magic genie. There's other stores. This could be other things. This could be an academy. It could be a CVS. It could be all kinds of stuff. The big thing as far as like the risk of the tenant, it's not, that's why they're selling for 5.5% cap rates, because the people buying them see them as basically zero risk. So in a cap rate, you can actually build a cap rate from the ground up. You don't have to work with sale prices. And one of the elements that builds it up is a risk rate, which indicates how risky is this proposition. To get this thing down to $1.9 million, you have to put like a 19% cap rate on it. It would be extremely high. I do not think it's reasonable. I really don't even think it's reasonable to suggest that there's like an 8 or 10 point difference between Walgreens and the average tenant. I think that there's about 3% difference, which is huge, it's huge. Why they're selling for these super high cap rates. That's why our cap rate's 8. Because I don't think that that is prudent. And I also don't think that it's like a market average, but I also think it's a very bad idea to beat up triple net tenants. The problem is, we had more than 1.9 million on this the year it was built. In 2004, this thing was over $2 million. And it's been 15 years. It's not worth less than it was in 2004. I understand the building's older and it's depreciated. They are maintaining it. It has been fixed after the storm. But there have been 20 years of inflation. It just can't be worth less dollars than it was in 2004. It makes no sense. The CVS, by the way, is not a CVS, it's a strip center. That CVS bought a pharmacy, the pharmacy blew away in a hurricane. They moved to a different store, another one of their stores blew away in a hurricane. The thing that kept them from building one is the material costs are super high. Building these is actually very expensive. I'm very skeptical that you could build one of these for 1.6 million. I don't think you can. There's refrigeration and there's all kinds of stuff that go into these things. And Walgreens they don't even finance their own builds. That's how they get into these things to start with. They're very expensive. So I mean, like I said, I've had 2 years of thinking about this from every different angle. I just can't get there. The equity adjustments, by the way, we have presented equity. The issue is, if you look at our evidence, at the bottom of the equity sheet, there's a note. And the note says market value derived after an income approach to value should not be adjusted using cost-based adjustments for characteristics such as age, size, and location. Substantial variance from the average for the subject would be reflected in income characteristics such as rent, vacancy, and expenses. But where'd that come from? Well, it came from the tax code 4143B3 and 2 cases. There was actually substantial case law about this 20 years ago. Weingarten versus HCAD and Hartman versus WCAD, where property was valued on an income approach. It was sold for way beyond even what it was income valued at by the district. The property was sued about, and the appraisals presented at the hearing made cost adjustments based on size and, how old is the building and what neighborhood is it in. And both of them were completely dismissed. They were thrown, one was thrown out by the judge and the other was just lost their hearing. Because if the property is worse, it could get less rent. It would have more vacancy. That's, you're mixing up approaches. It's not appraisal work. I know that it's like everybody's used to doing equity that way, but the reality is the equity adjustment, which is part of the code, it says it has to be appropriately adjusted, would be in the rent, the expenses, the vacancy. And I have no problem making adjustments like that. So I'm saying the subject is at 23 a foot, which is an average across the state. I have no problem adjusting to their actual. No problem with that.
What's their actual?
321,000 a year, so 2165 a foot. For that $3.8 million number.
Oh, that's 3.885.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's at a lower price per square foot.
Yes. So, I mean, I know it's a crap load of stuff to go through. By and large, it's just when these things keep selling for huge amounts of money and our numbers going down over 20 years, something is wrong. And this needs to be fixed. I also am having the exact same argument the other direction with the state, telling them that I don't want this to be $5.3 million. Like, I don't want it to be, because I don't think the real estate is worth 5. But I also don't think it's worth 2. And so.
So here are you, I'm sorry, I'll ask that later. All right, I say you want to read at the moment. Okay, Sam, you have 4 minutes as well.
Anything else you want to add or discuss?
Thank you. So the district mentioned a lot of things as far as, the fact that Coast Guard is not looking at other drugstores. This Coast Guard analysis is pulled based on the property, based on the data that they've gathered. And so to say that that isn't a market rate, just doesn't make sense. Whenever we're looking at second generation users of the space, it's not another drugstore that comes into the property. And so much of these sales that happen is based into the business value of the business, the high business quality of Walgreens. If you have Sam's drugstore on the corner, it's not going to sell. It's going to sell for much less than that sale price. And so, again, the value last year, 3.1 million. The appraisal district reached that value. Appraisal districts are called at the market value of the property in their jurisdiction. And so to say that the value has increased another 33% this year, especially after taking a 67% increase over prior years, just doesn't check out to us. Again, there's no landlord responsibility here, so whenever they sell, they're selling with a tenant that's paying all of the fees, all of the expenses on the property. As far as another district mentioned that even Dollar General, the $10 aren't going to lead to a $13.50. We did not provide it in this case. Also, I haven't seen anything from the district indicating otherwise. But everything that we have seen indicates that those tenants actually only pay between $9 and $12 a square foot. We have a whole packet looking at Dollar General, and Dollar freestanding retail tenants, who are the most likely users of a Walgreens space if Walgreens is no longer there. And so us using a $13.50 is very in line with what the market would indicate based on other users of the space. And then on equity, again, whenever we're looking at this property in comparison to Dollar General, liquor store, banks, users of the space that are very typical and are in line with what we're using it at. I'm not positive why the district isn't adjusting these based on the physical characteristics of the property. It's inarguable that we're grossly overassessed in looking at those other comps. I mean, comp number one on our equity is Dollar General, assessed at $116 a square foot, and we're assessed at $280. And the reason we're jacked up is because we have a lease fee sale that happens based on the business quality of Walgreens and not just the real estate. So again, whenever we're looking at equity, cost, and income analysis of the property, our opinion value is $1,938,452. Thank you, Ken.
Anyone have, any other preliminary?
Yeah, just one clarification. It says that there aren't any drugstores that are taking that little in rent. Variety stores do pay $9 to $14 a foot. That is normal. We have another one. That works pretty good. Also point out, this is another annoying misconception. This was not revalued because of this sale. This was completely done before this was even listed. This was valued before the listing even showed up. It wasn't even for sale when this thing was put on an income. It was solely based on data that we have. And again, no, CoStar has like no drugstore data. If you look at what makes up their retail data, there's a bunch of mom and pop stuff in there, and there's some stuff that's branded. There's no drugstores, no Walgreens or CVS or even an Aldi or anything like that. Because they work really hard to keep it out of there. There's also no gas stations. There's no expenses for boat storage on CoStar. There's all kinds of property categories that there's blind spots for. They can't have everything. They kind of purport to, but we have to think about it whenever we use these things. And if what you're getting as a result is telling somebody who owns a little mom and pop strip center that their value is the same price per square foot as the Walgreens, it's in an excellent location, that doesn't make any sense. So this was not valued as a result of a lease fee sale. This was after, this again was not even listed when this thing was revalued. And our income model hasn't been substantially updated since then. It's kind of just been chugging along. Every time you look at it, not a whole lot changes. It just had this property hadn't been updated in a really, really long. I don't understand how you could argue that 80% of the value of this thing is blue sky. At that point, you're not even selling real estate. You're buying basically like some sort of conflated stock in Walgreens. Like this is real estate, and it would totally be in CVS. There's no deed restriction saying this couldn't be something else. This could be a sporting goods store. Could be all kinds of stuff. So, said I'm not. I can't. The reason that this was, settled and moved to a different value and then undone again is because there's just nothing we can do year over year to make this thing produce $2 million in value other than just do a terrible job. Just let it depreciate into oblivion and never update it. And that's just not doing our job.
Okay, I think she's still have a minute. Scott, you still have a minute for closing if you like it. Sam, I don't like you calling it. I'm sorry, Sam.
Oh, good. Thank you. So the district mentioned that we're saying that 80% of the sale is attributable to business value. I just want to clarify. We're saying our peanut value is around 2 million. If the sale was 5.5 million, then we're saying that 44% is attributable to the real estate. So we're saying that just about half should be attributable to business value and half should be attributable to real estate, not 80-20. So I've showed our income analysis based on CoStar, based on our market research of what other users of this space would be willing to pay. And then to say that it shouldn't be valued the same as a mom and pop store, again, the most likely user of the space is a mom and pop store, or is a other freestanding retail tenant who would pay in that $9, $12 range. So we're using a $13.50 rent, very in line with what we've seen across the state for users of this property type. And if nothing else, our equity is showing much, much lower than what the district assessed us at. And so we're still at our value of 1938452. Thank you.
Thank you. It's you both completed your presentation, so it's the ARB's time to discuss what we'd like to do. And I have a question. The 3885940 with the price per square foot. And what price is that?
2165.
As opposed to
That's a lease rate. Okay,
that's the lease rate.
yeah, 2165 per foot.
Right. Per foot.
It's a
And what was it?
23. I thought I put it down to the 23, that's why.
23 a foot was what was originally in the district's income analysis.
Which made before 126.
Yes, yes.
All right, so it's 2165.
When it got 2165, with all other things being equal in the income analysis, and correct me if I'm wrong, you get to 3885940.
Right.
I think the district's evidence is compelling. That's a good word. Compelling and presented it in a fashion that makes sense to us, or at least to me. The 1.938 plus whatever it was million just makes absolutely no sense. It's ridiculous. It's because the district said it was, I found what it was valued at 20 years ago. So, and the 3.1 million was a settlement number, it wasn't a agreed number, that's what the value was, that was just something they settled on, so spent a little money in lawsuits, if I understand it. So I would be willing to lower the value to the 21.65 lease rate per square foot, which I believe is 3,859.40. Is that correct?
Yes, I agree with that. I can go with that, yeah.
I'm good with that. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's fine. 2165.
I'm gonna make a motion on account 2022-1051. Case ID account 62732. In addressing Q1 and Q2 and Q5 with other discussion. It's the opinion of the appraisal review board based on evidence presented by the property agent and by the appraisal district. And it's the appraisal review board's opinion that the currently noted value of $4,126,360 be lowered to $3,885,940.
Okay. Go ahead.
Second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay.
Okay, another number.
That's
Yeah,
all.
maybe.
I think we're done, Sam. Thank you.
You got that?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Fran. Look right there. Yeah, Scott. Behind the curtain.
We're saving that.
Oh, you are.
No, it's on the floor.
You have it in.
That's black magic.
You didn't have to do that.
Join you with the trash. I didn't mean to, forget you.
Sometimes they get to be anything. Sometimes they get to be anything.
Too late.
So we brought two big bags of candy.
Wow.
So that's.
Really?
Yeah,
What do we have tomorrow?
it's kind of a regular day.
People?
Few individual people and some agents, kind of a mix.
Or coming in?
Not sure on the agents, but on the others, yeah. Just phone in, yeah.
Just like no shows, and it would really be helpful.
No.
Some of this quality data is really annoying. But
Let me run check with Beth real quick. There might have, I'm not sure about the agent at 10 a.m. if they had to reschedule or not. I'll be right back.
are you collecting?
I did.
Be careful.
That new mix is good. Really have to do it. Okay, we turn off our computer.
Yeah.
Yay, okay.
So we're not ready to adjourn. She's coming back, right?
I don't think we can. No, she was just come back about information out tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think more time for the adjournment.
I'll sit and wait until we do that.
Yes. Anybody opposed?
No.
And though everybody's still on board for tomorrow.
But this is trash.
Thank you.
Well, have a good evening.
Thank you.